Good evening, everybody. Just wait. Well, hello everyone. It's lovely to see so many people here tonight for our council meeting. Welcome to tonight's meeting of Georges River Council. I will declare the meeting open at 7 p.m. I'll start with the acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge the Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation, who are the traditional custodians of all lands, waters and sky in the Georges River area. I pay my respect to elders past and present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people who live, work and meet on these lands. We'll now have the national anthem, if we could please stand.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. With golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is cut by the sea. Our land of mountain nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's space, let every state of man's Australia bear. Each of our strengths and let us sing Australia bear.
If you could please remain standing for the opening prayer. We were expecting Dr. George Foster from the Southern Sydney Synagogue, but I believe he's not here as yet, so I'll ask the General Manager if he could please lead us in prayer.
Heavenly Father, I pray that we will have a productive meeting today. I pray that we will be able to discuss and tackle the important things we need to tackle and be efficient in handling those things. I also pray that you give us the grace to come up with the best possible and morally right solutions that would best benefit the people we serve. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. We start with apologies. I have an apology from Deputy Mayor Nancy Liu. Are there any other apologies? If not, can I please have a motion to accept the apologies and grant a leave of absence? Moved by Councillor Marnie, seconded by Councillor Stratokopoulos. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Request to attend the meeting via audiovisual link. I have a request from Councillor Arthur to join the meeting via audiovisual link. Can I have a motion that we accept that request? Councillor Anzalotti has moved that. And Councillor Pan has seconded that. Councillors, all those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Notice of live streaming of council meetings. Staff and public are reminded that this meeting is being recorded for minute-taking purposes and also being webcast live on Council's website. This recording will be made available on Council's website. The order of business is as shown in the agenda, and Council's Code of Meeting Practice prohibits the electronic recording of meetings without the express permission of Council. Disclosures of interest. Do any councillors have any interest to declare? I have a number that have already been submitted, and if we could please just slowly scroll through those on the screen. I'm not going to read them all out. They will be published in the minutes. So councillors, are there any other disclosures of interest to declare above what is already being submitted? If not, thank you. We'll move on to the public. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wang.
Yes, so I have a disclosure for this similar to what the Councillor Pidmani have for the file.
Did you
I submitted that one. It's a similar non-pecuniary, no significant interest for the
So non-significant, non-pecuniary, is that in the bushfire
bushfire.
land from the Environment and Planning Committee meeting?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
We'll add that to the minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we move to public participation on items on the agenda. There are 26 requests. There have been 26 requests to speak tonight. 5 of these will be read to the meeting by staff, and 2 will be dialed in remotely, and all other submissions will be speaking to the meeting in person. I will remind speakers that speakers have a 3-minute time limit, and at the first sound you hear, it indicates you have 1 minute remaining, and at the second sound, please conclude your comments. And just to remind speakers, upon registering tonight, you've accepted that you will abide by Council's Code of Meeting Practice in your address to Council. So we'll start with our first speaker, and that is a written submission from Tony Bedore on Mayoral Minutes 01225, advocating for workers' compensation reform in support of Georges River businesses. Ms. McKinley, thank you.
On behalf of Business Chamber South, I write to formally reaffirm our strong support for the current workers' compensation reforms being debated in the New South Wales Parliament. These long overdue reforms are critical to the health and sustainability of our workers' compensation system and have significant implications for the future viability of businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises in our region. For far too long, escalating premiums, unclear processes and a lack of support for both employers and injured workers have placed immense pressure on the business community and the workforce alike. We commend the New South Wales Government for bringing forward a reform package that strives to balance fiscal responsibility with social fairness. The proposed changes represent a meaningful step towards building a workers' compensation system that is financially sustainable, efficient and, most importantly, fair to all parties involved. Our Chamber believes these reforms will reduce the financial burden on small businesses already dealing with inflationary pressures and workforce challenges, provide greater clarity and transparency in claims handling, deliver better long-term outcomes for injured workers through earlier intervention and improve return to work pathways, strengthen trust in the system across employers, employees and service providers. We acknowledge your advocacy on behalf of our local business community, and we urge Georges River Council to join us in expressing public support for these reforms. A stable and modernised workers' compensation scheme is not only good for business, it is good for our entire community. We stand ready to work collaboratively with Council and all levels of government to ensure these reforms are implemented with care, compassion and practical outcomes. Tony Bedore.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Jason Gee, speaking in person on TAC 01425 from the Assets Committee. Pearl Street, Hurstville, proposed changes to parking restrictions. And yes, here in person. Just press the button on the right-hand side there. Yeah, there you go.
Right, thank you. I'm Dr. Jason Gee from Hurstville Icon Medical Center. I'm the principal of Medical Center. So today I just want to support the restricting parking in Pearl Street and Business Street. Over the last 10 years, the first point is that over the last 10 years, there's more high building in the Hurstville and around these areas, and there's not enough visiting car parks. And the closest car parks in the City Council car park is more than 500 meters away. And second is the Forest Road is designed as the active street frontage, which is meant for the business use, but without the visiting car park, it's harder for the business owner to run the business. As we have adequate parking in our medical center, so about 20 car parks, but we can see our patient and our staff is not using all the car park because all visitors come to for the surrounding, from the surrounding business, for visitor, they come to our partner car park to do other business. That's why we we can see the evidence that not enough visiting car park in these areas. So we strong support the restricting car park, they will benefit from the local business and benefit from the local residents. That's my point. I will edit. Today, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Councillor Bing Wang. He's very support the community and support the business. So he start the business, start to visit the areas and take photo and visit all the business since August last year, and he did a lot of work. So we want to thanks to Mr. Chancellor Bing Wang for his effort and help to the community. Recently, I would like to just say thanks to Vice Mayor Nancy Liu. He also came to visit the place and see the car park and see the situation and express support to the restricting parking in the area as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. G. Our next speaker is Wayne Singh on the same item, TAC 01425, Pearl Street, Hurstville, proposed changes to parking restrictions.
Hello, how are you? Yeah, just following up on what Dr. Jason just talked about, increasing, more parking spaces for the general visitors rather than just having them, like for a whole day. It'll just allow more foot traffic, more people to come into our businesses. My office is pretty much across Dr. Jason's medical centre, and we find it increasingly difficult for our customers and even ourselves to park. So yeah, we're kind of asking council to, like, I guess time restrict, because the other thing to also mention is that, like, given the rental prices and given how many people are, like, there's more and more tenants moving into these unit blocks, more and more occupying, and they're bringing more and more cars. So that's even taking up all our visitor spaces within our block. And then whatever's on the street, we're having to fight for. So, and they're just parking their cars all day. They may do night shifts. They do night shifts, so they'll leave their car all day in the same spot. And yeah, they don't move, and that just kind of restricts us. So yeah, we're kind of requesting council to open up the spaces for us. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Singh. Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Bella Esposito on CCL 05025 on ENV 01925, report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on 10th of June 2025. Thank you, Ms. Esposito.
Thank you.
Oh, just hang on. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you regarding the planning proposal at Ramsgate. My name is Lisa Bella Esposito, and I am a town planning consultant with over 30 years experience, and I'm presenting against this planning proposal on behalf of Superbarn Supermarkets. I strongly concur with the recommendation that the planning proposal must not proceed to gateway determination. We agree with Council and Transport for New South Wales that the planning proposal today is unacceptable and must not be endorsed for gateway determination. It is unacceptable because of unresolved traffic and parking issues. To this end, there's been little progress resolving the fundamental impacts of the planning proposal. The signalised intersection at Rocky Point Road, Targo Road is crucial. Without it, the planning proposal cannot go forward. Transport for New South Wales will not support this mitigation new road work unless the LEC Land and Environment Court approved driveway at 270 Rocky Point Road is removed, and the existing driveway at number 272 Rocky Point Road is removed. And in its place, a new service laneway must be provided at the rear of these properties. Since time frame and delivery of this laneway is uncertain, nor is it there today, the planning proposal can't be supported. Transport for New South Wales and council officers agree that this issue must be resolved now. Further, an outcome of the planning proposal is the loss of at least 12 car parking spaces on Rocky Point Road, which will result in devastating impacts to local businesses. Without conveniently located car parking, local businesses will not survive. The applicant suggests that customers will park in the Woolworths basement car park. This is not a suitable outcome for quick pickups and drop-offs to these businesses, and drivers will just keep moving on. The last point I wish to make is in relation to residential yield, as there seems to be some confusion around this issue. Under the current zoning and height controls for the site, a substantial residential development can be delivered without amending the LEP or road network. A DA could be lodged right now, rather than, if this is about housing, right now, rather than we waiting another 12 to 18 months for the planning proposal to go through the department. And it's important that this issue is understood. So to conclude, the planning proposal in its current form is unacceptable. It can't proceed. And on this basis, we respectfully request that council provide a clear position of no to this planning proposal, so there's a transparent outcome for the community, Bayside Council and established local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Esposito. Our next speaker is Ben Mitchley on CCL 05025 on the same item, ENV 01925, report on the Environment Planning Committee meeting held on the 10th of June 2025. Oh, it's remote. Sorry. Mr. Mitchley, are you there online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. The meeting can hear you. You're live now. If you have 3 minutes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Ben Mitchley and I'm a Principal Transport Consultant at PDC Consultants. I'm here speaking today on behalf of Superbarn Supermarkets and the Kogarah Bay Progress Association, and would really just like to add my voice to those of Transport for New South Wales, Council's engineers, independent planning consultants and the Environment Planning Committee in raising significant concerns over the proposal's traffic and transport impact. This is a development which is going to generate hundreds of vehicle and pedestrian trips during peak hours, thousands during the day, the adverse impacts of which have not been satisfactorily addressed for the requirements of the relevant consent authorities and referral agencies. The addition of thousands of vehicles and pedestrians in the area will increase the likelihood of conflict between the two, bringing with it a range of safety concerns, including the dozens raised by the Independent Road Safety Audit, which, to my understanding, remain unresolved. There's then the impact to the more immediate local community. The proposal removes several highly accessible on-street car parking spaces from the frontage of neighbouring businesses and instead relocates more within its own car park to the detriment of those businesses and to the benefit of the applicants. There's then the significant impact of the driveways on the eastern side of Rocky Point Road, which is caused by the proposed new traffic signals at Targo Road, which requires certain movements to and from these properties to be banned, again to the disadvantage of those businesses for the benefit of the applicants. Then there's the impact to residents of Targo Road itself, a local residential street, which will see traffic volumes triple or quadruple throughout the day. And that doesn't even seem to include further trips which might be induced to use Targo Road now that the additional movements made possible by the provision of signals at both ends. In summary, it's clear that the proposal will result in significant adverse impacts to the local road network, poorer safety outcomes, and be of a significant disadvantage to some local businesses and residents in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchley. Our next speaker is Nicholas Steele in person on CCL 05025, ENV 01925, report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on the 10th of June 2025. Sorry, that was already on, so you just press it again. There we go, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Nicholas Steele and I'm the Development Manager responsible for this project. Having worked on this project for the past 4 years, this updated submission incorporates substantial changes directly addressing the concerns raised by the Council, the community that were in our initial proposal. Additionally, during the last 18 months since lodgement, we have made further changes to ensure that we gain the support of Council, the local planning panel and External Planners Guide. Council has formally confirmed that the PP has site-specific and strategic merit on all matters other than the outstanding 3 traffic issues. Council's LPC approved the project to proceed subject to the resolution of these traffic issues and the progression of the VPA. We have provided Council with additional information on these traffic issues, which we believe now will see them resolved or capable of being resolved. These issues, in summary, are reducing the lost cars on Rocky Point Road to the western side, Georges River side, to 0, obtaining the required landowners' consent to allow for the new lights at Rocky Point and Targo roads, and confirming that the Targo Road traffic will perform within the Transport for New South Wales guidelines. Josh Milston, who has undertaken a peer review of the traffic modelling, will provide further information on the resolution of these items. At a high level, this project will deliver 140 much-needed homes, parking for 245 residential cars and 192 retail/community cars, 130 FTE ongoing jobs, and an investment of circa $140 million. We are confident that if Council undertakes a review of the minor updated traffic information, the project will be supported to progress to the exhibition stage. We ask that Council tonight delay the decision on the PP until the next Council meeting to allow the Council staff the opportunity to assess the additional traffic information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Our next speaker is Ben Craig, in person on CCL 05025 EMV 01925, report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on 10th of June. The microphone's on, thank you. Just go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. I'm Ben Craig, a director of the planning group at Ethos Urban, and I've been assisting FABCO on this project for quite a number of years. As you've heard from Nick, over the past 18 months, we've worked very hard with the council officers and stakeholders and their independent planners to prepare a planning proposal that addresses all the concerns that have been raised with the previous proposal. And to do this, we've made several changes to the planning proposal that was before council a few years ago. We reduced the height of the building and its bulk. We reduced the street wall heights and lowered the density. We improved the relationship of the building to the heritage buildings. We provided greater separation between the buildings and the neighbouring residential properties to the west. We increased deep soil on the site quite extensively. We widened the footpath along Ramsgate Road, on Rocky Point Road, and we incorporated all these gathering spaces for the local community. We provided a larger basement as well to help satisfy council's parking requirements and deliver 466 spaces that will be able to service the centre. The culmination of all this is a proposal that's well considered and has been grounded in evidence. And most importantly is the fact that it's a proposal that will deliver much needed urban renewal and revitalisation to Ramsgate Local Centre. I think we can all agree is in need a little bit of love. The extensive work that we undertook resulted in the council's independent assessor concluding that the project demonstrated both strategic and site-specific merit. And that wasn't until the council changed their position based on the 3 traffic matters that you'll hear about from Josh Milston. I won't go into the detail of them, but really that's all we're here to talk about today is just 3 outstanding traffic matters. And accordingly, these matters we feel can be easily resolved through a planning process where we're not even on public exhibition yet. All we've got is a planning process that's before you tonight to be considered about whether or not it can actually be then presented to the public for public consideration. It hasn't even got to that point yet. So what we would like to do tonight is request that the council defer the determination of what's before you tonight to enable the council to consider those 3 traffic matters because we provided them with additional information, and then to come back to you either next month, in the end of July, your next meeting, to enable you to make an informed decision on this project, as opposed to pushing ahead now and making a decision when there is information there that we've submitted, but the council hasn't digested that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Our next speaker is Josh Milston, remotely on CCL 05025, report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on the 10th of June. Mr. Milston, are you online there?
I am.
Hello, this is Mary Elise Borg. You're now connected to the meeting live. You have 3 minutes to address the meeting. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. My name's Josh Milston, and I've been brought in by Woolworths to undertake a peer review of the 3 outstanding traffic matters on this project. To give you background, I'm a traffic engineer with nearly 20 years experience, had involvement with over 800, probably closer to 1,000 sites over the course of my career. Most recently, I was appointed by Transport for New South Wales to be on their expert panel for the update of the Transport Impact Assessment Guidelines document. Specifically on this planning proposal, Woolworths requested that I undertake a peer review of 3 outstanding traffic matters discussed between themselves, Council and Transport for New South Wales in March and April of this year, and I'll run through each one now. The first one is the impact of the driveway to 272 Rocky Point Road. Now, this matter has now been fully closed out. Woolworths has received written confirmation from the relevant landowner that agreeing to implement a left-in and left-out only restriction at this driveway, and that's been in accordance with Transport for New South Wales' request, therefore resolving the matter. Woolworths have provided this correspondence to Council. The second issue is the loss of on-street car parking on Rocky Point Road, a matter raised earlier by some of the other speakers. Look, I appreciate the sensitivities around loss of car parking, and as part of my peer review, requested that Woolworths appointed consultants review the outcomes of their traffic modelling to understand the potential to retain these existing faces on Rocky Point Road. Woolworths have now revised their plans and reissued them to Council to ensure that there's no net loss of parking on the western side of Rocky Point Road. The only parking spaces that are impacted by this proposal are those that serve retail tenancies that will be replaced with the development of the site. Importantly, though, councillors, offsetting this loss of car parking will be 4 spaces gained on the northern side of Targo Road for retailers that don't benefit from any existing car parking at all, and this will provide a significant benefit to those tenancies. The last matter is about traffic flows on Targo Road. I've undertaken a review of those traffic numbers and note that at the busiest times of the day, traffic movements would be at between 160 and 260 vehicles per hour. This remains below the 300 vehicles per hour recommended by Transport for New South Wales in their guidelines to preserve environmental amenity or desirability of a local street. I support Woolworths' suggestion to identify suitable traffic calming measures that may be introduced to further reduce traffic impact as part of ongoing discussions with Council and Transport for New South Wales. So, councillors, in summary, all 3 of these outstanding traffic matters, I believe, in my opinion, have been addressed and documented in the recently updated information. Councillors, it's my strong opinion that these are not complex matters that could readily be resolved and addressed by Council staff well in advance of the next Council meeting, and as Ben has suggested, defer the matter to that meeting. I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Milston. Our next speaker is Kathleen Ford, speaking in person on CCL 05325, Working Together for a Better Future, Community Strategic Plan, Delivery Program, Operational Plan and Resourcing Strategy. Thank you, Catherine.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I oppose the draft Mayor, Councillors, Expenses and Facilities Policy 2025 because an amendment to the following work in the Mortdale streetscape needs to be included. The recent streetscape of Mortdale has not delivered the outcome expected by the community or local businesses. Completing the following work would greatly enhance our town centre. 1. Cover the concrete slabs with timber slats to make them look like the seating they are supposed to be. They are filthy, hot in summer, cold and damp in winter, and very unappealing. 2. Add some greenery, particularly in Cook Street in front of Chemist Warehouse. Planter boxes with small trees would be an easy solution. 3. Lighting in the trees would give our town centre a lift. The Hurstville streetscape is the perfect example of what we are after. The trees in McMahon Street have lighting, and in the centre of Hurstville, near the station, there is a community area with timber seating, lots of planter boxes and greenery. It looks inviting and encourages the community to spend time in the shopping precinct. After a significant upgrade, Mortdale Town Centre has been left grey and bare. It does not do justice to the businesses working hard to make a living, attracting customers and keeping the town centre vibrant. As a long-time resident of Mortdale, it is fast losing its appeal as a place for me to shop and socialise. Whilst I appreciate that an artist's impression is just that, it is disappointing that the outcome for Mortdale has fallen short. I hope that this will be rectified with an amendment to the draft Mayor and Councillors' Expenses and Facilities Policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fair. Our next speaker is Nikki Paris, speaking in person on CCL 05225 and CCL 05325. Working together for a better future community strategic plan, delivery program, operational plan, and the resourcing strategy, otherwise known as the budget.
Good evening, Mayor, Councillors and community members. My name is Nikki Paris and I am the chairperson of the community group Project Penshurst. I stand before you tonight as a voice for the residents, families and business owners of Penshurst, people who have been waiting far too long for real tangible investment in our town centre. For over a year now, Project Penshurst has worked tirelessly in close collaboration with our community, with ministers, with councillors and with the staff at Georges River Council to finally bring some long overdue attention to a town centre that has been neglected for more than a decade. We were promised a new era for Penshurst. We were promised a beautiful streetscape with plantings, upgraded street furniture and meaningful public space. We were promised a community park on Bridge Street on the site of the old plant nursery, a space that has been locked away behind a heavy gate and an enormous padlock for years, despite sitting right in the heart of our suburb. Project Penshurst took action. We did the work. We put together a detailed proposal which was reviewed and approved by both the state government and Tahi. Georges River Council endorsed the concept. Tahi offered to lease the land to council for just $1 a year and committed to installing a safety fence between the park and the adjacent railway line. We presented the information. We sat in meetings with the Assets and Infrastructure team and the Mortdale Ward councillors. We shared the proposal, letters from Tahi and the Minister for Transport. We shared pictures, drawings, slideshow presentations. We have secured public commitments, both from the former federal MP, David Coleman, and Minister Zee Soon have gone on the record promising to finance the park project. So here is the question I bring tonight. On behalf of our entire community, where is the contract between Georges River Council and Tahi? Why is the park still not included in the budget? The work has already been done. The community has responded. Business owners, families, local community groups, they've written submissions, spoken to council members and rallied behind this vision. Tony Vidal from the Business Chamber South has voiced his strong support, understanding that access to this park and a refreshed town centre are essential to a thriving local economy and community. There are no mysteries here. We can all see the park. It's right there behind the gates, behind that enormous padlock, ready, waiting. We urge you, the elected representatives of this community, to honour the promises that have been made, to put the streetscape on the budget, to put the park on the budget, to finalise the lease and to show the people of Penshurst that their voices matter and that their work matters and that their future matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paris. Our next speaker is Peter Sarakakis, speaking in person on CCL 05325, working together for a better future, community strategic plan, delivery program, operational plan, and resourcing strategy. Thank you, Peter.
My support group. Okay, so what do I press? Press.
No, you turned it off. Keep it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already on. There
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Georges River Council councillors, as well as the General Manager of Georges River Council and staff. My name is Peter Sarakakis. known to my friends as the General. For 40 years, the President of Responsive Minutos. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. It is a privilege and an honor to be here. I would like to speak against the budget tonight, not because I'm against the budget in itself, but I would like to see it amended to incorporate Beverly Hills Park, the football side. The park amenities block as it stands does not meet modern day standards. Rugby league has got upgraded recently, which is a good sign for sport. However, football missed out. Females that wish to use the bathroom have to walk over 200 meters to their amenity block. We have no female toilets in Beverly Hills football block. We have no public toilets for anyone. We have no disabled toilets in our building. Our female participation numbers have increased in the last 3 or 4 years, and we would have had more girls if I had the appropriate amenities. The amenities block is what drives females away from our club. Apart from the toilet issues, the other problem at Beverly Hills Park is the lack of storage space. We have no storeroom. We have to use our dressing room to store our goals, our nets, marking machines, and other training gear. We need a storage room in Beverly Hills Park. I can talk about all the other fields that have been fixed up the last 3 or 4 years. I was promised 3 or 4 years ago that we are the next club. Well, it hasn't happened because last Monday at a delegates meeting, the president looked at me and said nothing went. That was talking about the capital works that the councillors are planning, and the president looked at me and said, "Sorry, General, nothing to do with Beverly Hills Park. Can you please help us out at Beverly Hills Park?" Maybe finish. All right. Minding that's all. All I've done for the last 40, 50 years is working with children, keeping the kids off the street and helping them to play sport. For no money, I've never taken a cent from football and helping the kids. All I want is you to help me to help the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarakakis, and thank you to your supporters for coming along tonight as well. Our next speaker is Adrian Polhill, speaking in person on CCL 05325, Working Together for a Better Future, Community Strategic Plan, Delivery Program, Operational Plan and Resourcing Strategy. Thank you, Adrian. The microphone's already on.
Just a minute. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My fellow colleagues of Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society have asked me to speak on many topics, but I've just chosen 2, one about trees and one about microplastic pollution. Let's go to the good news. In the budget, there's $150,000 put aside for tree planting. I think that's absolutely joyous, and I thank the council and the staff for putting that aside. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. The question I have is, how is that going to be spent? The reason I ask that is in last year's budget, there was $250,000 put aside for tree planting, and I understand 250 trees were planted. You can do the maths. Hopefully this year, things will be a bit better, and there is a better way. There is a photograph I sent in to the council. Is that available? Because I can tell you that Oatley Flora and Fauna, in collaboration with the council and with Greater Sydney Landcare, have planted many pocket forests where there's hundreds and thousands of trees being planted. Those trees were this size when they were planted, Thomas, this size, and they're now, that recent photograph of yesterday, that was actually, those trees are 3 years old, they're 10 metres or more. That's an amazing growth, and that is a better way. So I just asked the councillors to ask the council staff, how's that money going to be spent? The second topic is all about microplastics. This afternoon, I went to Fulton Park, and in 5 minutes, I picked up this bag of rubber crumb and plastic blades of grass. We've been talking to the council for 3 years about rubber crumb pollution. Our survey indicated 3 years ago more than, are you ready, 1 million pieces of rubber crumb was found in a 400 square metre area. Since then, there's been guidelines put out by the chief scientist, by the New South Wales government very recently, and still the council has done nothing. You continue to pollute our environment. It's absolutely shocking. I urge you to look at the budget once again and look at how you can prevent that rubber crumb entering the environment. There's some simple solutions and the more complex ones. One of the simple ones is to look at the coconut fibre logs. They're available, they're cheap, and they can be put in place while you figure out a permanent solution. The costing I did very quickly was about $20,000 to put those coconut fibre logs around the planting, around the 3 fields and the 1 training field. Let's look at it again, please, and maybe put some effort into a costing for the budget this year so we don't have to continue polluting the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll leave this with you, but not the trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Our next speaker is Kim Wagstaff, speaking in person on CCL 05325, Working Together for a Better Future, Community Strategic Plan Delivery Program, Operational Plan and Resourcing Strategy. Thank you, Mr. Wagstaff.
Also known as the budget.
Also known as the budget.
Hello, councillors. I want to speak to you on 2 budget items tonight. The first is Limekiln Bay Wetland, the Woosod project, the Limekiln Bay Wetland upgrade, in fact. And I need to clear up an apparent anomaly in the paperwork. In the delivery program and operational plan published with the detailed list of projects on page 99, it is shown as included in the 25-26 Capital Works program. However, when perusing the officer report for this agenda item, the response from the officer was this project says included in the 26-27 Capital Works program. So which is it? I'm asking. Limekiln Bay Wetland, a 25-year-old stormwater treatment system, to call it what it is, but it's very much more than that, is built on a natural floodplain within the Georges River catchment, is struggling to manage current pollutant levels and increased stormwater runoff due to changing climate conditions and urban development. The existing design, featuring 3 main ponds and a primary sediment pond fed by Dairy Creek, is no longer adequate. While the council website highlights the area's importance for threatened shorebirds, recent observations suggest the degraded condition of the Limekiln Bay wetland makes it a much less likely habitat for these species. Concerns regarding the putrid state of the sediment ponds were reported back in 2017 in the Leader. These concerns continue to be voiced by our local community with increasing frequency to this day. The urgency for a comprehensive upgrade underscores the need to restore the ecological function as well as the recreational and natural amenity of this important wetland area. We, that is Oatley Flora and Fauna Conservation Society, understand a redesign of the wetlands, including the gross pollutant trap, using the latest water sensitive urban design principles, has been completed. Therefore, we strongly urge the council to prioritise this project and allocate sufficient funds in the 25-26 budget, the coming one, to undertake necessary renovations. The second project is to transform Oatley Bowling Club site master plan works grant, shown in the published delivery program, operational plan, capital works program as included in 25-26. No problems there. However, OFF urges council to reconsider the current master plan for the site. We believe a simpler, more environmentally focused and significantly less expensive approach will deliver far greater value, not just for this site, but also for the council's and community's conservation efforts. There's a list of preliminary projects that can be built fairly quickly, and in our submission, The reserve has been closed to the public for long enough. This streamlined approach would significantly reduce both construction and ongoing maintenance costs and the environmental footprint of the development. We urge councillors to consider this proposal for a revised master plan and proceed with these essential enhancements to reopen the reserve to the public as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Our next speaker is Maria Nordstrom, speaking in person on CCL 05325, working together for a better future community strategic plan, delivery program, operational plan and resourcing strategy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak tonight. On behalf of the budget deferral of the multi-sport stadium in Beverly Hills and encourage an amendment to such budget. St George Basketball has been working tirelessly for this community for over 50 years to actually build basketball in this area and also support other indoor sports. Over that time, we've really been discouraged by not having a place to play. Over the last 5 years as Basketball New South Wales, we have worked tirelessly with them and also with the council to encourage a business case to be actually established to support the construction of a new venue for indoor sports in the area. And Basketball New South Wales are also supporting a co-contribution of such a business case with $60,000. We were very discouraged when we saw this was now on the deferral list of the budget, and we encourage, as basketball is the fastest growing sport, team sport in Australia and Georges River, as well as these venues being multi-sport venues and community hubs for the community in the future, that this business case proceeds to also provide timing into the state election in 2027 without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nordstrom. Our next speaker is Eleni Komenos in person on NM 04225, safety and traffic improvements on Ecole Street and surrounding areas.
Good evening, Mayor Borg and councillors. I'm speaking to you tonight not only as a Carlton South Public School parent, but also as a Justice of the Peace and a lifelong resident of Georges River Council, born and bred here. I'm here to express my full support for Councillor Thomas Gower's motion to improve traffic safety around Carlton South Public School. I encourage this council to act urgently. When it comes to school zones, inaction carries a human cost. We can all agree that children are amongst our most vulnerable users, road users rather. Every parent sending their child to school should feel confident that their safety is not left to chance. But right now around Carlton South Public School, it is. Jubilee Avenue, which is on one side of the school, is not fit for purpose when it comes to school traffic, and that pushes everyone over towards the other, more quiet side, on the opposite side, Ecole Street, where a kiss and ride zone is conveniently located for school pickup and drop off. But to access it, cars must first travel through the risk hotspot, Ecole Lane, a very narrow strip of road where cars travel in both directions with poor entry and exit visibility, making it dangerous. Ecole Lane has no clear road rules, no appropriate street signage, no safety mirrors, and just a slither of footpath where children walk to and from school daily, often side by side with vehicles squeezing past them. It is frankly an accident waiting to happen. I witnessed this firsthand recently one rainy morning. Two cars met head on in the lane, neither willing to give way. The game of chicken is quite often, they play this game often. One then eventually reversed straight onto the footpath, colliding with a child's umbrella. Had the umbrella not been there, it would have been the child. That image shook me. It was a wake-up call. We've normalised risk where there should be none. Years ago, mirrors were installed in Ecole Lane to improve visibility before turning into the lane, but they were removed, reportedly because Transport New South Wales no longer supports the use. Yet many other councils have made the exception and continue using them. So why not here? Parents in the school PNC have already offered simple, practical solutions to council, both formally and informally, and Mayor and our GM, you've already been CC'd in on some of these, including making Ecole Lane one way during pickup and drop-off hours. That'll immediately make it safer. Adding a second kiss and ride zone on Jubilee Avenue by repurposing underused bus zones. This will alleviate the high volume of traffic trying to get to and from Ecole Street through our Ecole Lane risk hotspot, we introduced safety mirrors in Ecole Lane as an immediate low-cost measure. These are not radical ideas, they're common sense actions that our council can implement without controversy. So why are we delaying here? A serious traffic study must be conducted, yes, but we already know what the risks are. We've seen them, we've lived them. Let's not wait for a child to be injured before we act. We owe it to our community and to every child walking to school tomorrow to make the roads around Carlton South Public School safe today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clemenos. Our next speaker is Mr. Paul Hoffman, also in person on NM 04225, safety and traffic improvements on Ecole Street and surrounding areas.
Mayor Borg and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I'm here to talk in support of Thomas Gow's, Councillor Gow's motion. I have a boy in year 2, and there'll be 2 more children in the future. So I have a great interest in Carlton South and its safety thereby. I also just wish to state the points that Ecole Lane is in fact a very narrow street and very dangerous. It is difficult enough to navigate your way down there and not hit a car coming the other way, and as to also have to watch out for children that are walking along that street where there is no footpath. Parents also and guardians attempt to do 3-point turns in Ecole Street after dropping their kids off in an attempt to try and avoid going onto the Princess Highway, which adds to the danger in the street. I encourage that in the planning ahead that there be a one-way direction of Ecole Lane and Ecole Street eastbound in the school drop-off and pick-up hours of 8 to 9:30 and 2:30 to 4. This would help to make the street far safer. I also just wish to point out that in terms of the kiss and roll ride in Ecole Street, unfortunately, because it is not patrolled frequently, the area that many people park their car, they abuse the kiss and ride, they go ahead and lock their cars and go into the school. And as a result, and because there's no kiss and ride on Jubilee Avenue, there's effectively nowhere for parents like myself to drop off their child quickly. They have to park streets away and walk to the school. And if you're needing to try and get to work, this adds 15 to 20 minutes of your time. There needs to be a kiss and ride area in Jubilee Avenue, as well as in Ecole Street, and this could be done using the underutilised bus zone area. It could still be a bus zone with an exception for kiss and ride in that area. I'd also like to just point out that the bus zone in Jubilee Avenue is dangerously positioned. There are lollipop patrolmen operating the pedestrian crossing. That person who does that has pointed out to me that when there are buses parked there, he can't see up the street, and therefore it makes it very difficult for him to know when to go out into the middle of the street, put his sign, allow the kids to cross the street. So I very much support Councillor Gow's motion, and I look forward to a positive outcome, and I commend the motion to all council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Our next speaker is Yvette Standen, in person on NM 04225, safety and traffic improvements on Ecole Street and surrounding areas.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Yvette Standen. I'm an assistant principal at Carlton South Public School. I represent our principal, Darren Galea, and our executive team and all staff. I agree with our parents that have spoken. We have increasing concerns about child safety and driver behaviours on Jubilee Avenue and Ecole Street. We have taken action as a school over the past 12 months to try and remedy the situation. We've had executives attend the Department of Education Road Safety Conference, and we've implemented some evidence-based recommendations that were made to us and to educate our community. We have started to increase our supervision during drop-off and pick-up times, and we've been focused particularly on the safety in Ecole Street this semester. The specific issues that are really concerning are the dangerous actions that we've observed, double parking by drivers both on Ecole Street and Jubilee Avenue, where parents are encouraging their children to actually walk across the road to enter and exit vehicles. and it's especially concerning on rainy days where there's reduced visibility. There are increased instances of large four-wheel drives on Ecole Street performing U-turns and three-point turns in an extremely narrow street. They're doing everything they can in Ecole Street to avoid having to go all the way down to the Princess Highway because it's very busy at that time of day. And what happens when that occurs is the vehicle trays and the long boots protrude over the footpath, putting young students at risk as they're often not visible to the drivers. Drivers are stopping on the opposite side of Jubilee Avenue and Ecole Street, signalling for their children to cross over, which is unacceptable and dangerous. We strongly advocate for the council for council assistance in enhancing road safety for our school community. The specific motions we support include the investment in traffic flow, safety and visibility improvements along Ecole Street and Ecole Lane, investigation into making Ecole Street one-way during school drop-off and pick-up times to improve safety. We'd also like to ask for the restoring of mirrors at the bends of Ecole Street Lane and Ecole Street and Wheeler Street, because driving into those areas you are completely blind. Teachers don't like to drive into those areas, so we imagine if you have children and there's increased distractibility, that it's very dangerous. We'd also like kiss and ride signage for both Jubilee Avenue and Ecole Street. And I'd just like to clarify, we actually don't have buses that drop off children to school or pick up like many schools do. So in conclusion, we're concerned that without these changes, it's only a matter of time before there's a serious or catastrophic accident. And we urge the council to help us to take action for the safety of our students and community within the next 12 months. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Sandon. Our next speaker is Mark Smith, speaking in person on NM 04225, Safety and Traffic Improvements on Ecole Street and surrounding areas.
Thank you, Councillor, for the opportunity to speak.
Oh, sorry, Mark, just, yeah, the one on the right.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we
It was
go.
already on.
Sorry, I should know this. I want to put a different perspective on the Ecole Street issue. I've been a resident in Ecole Street for over 30 years. The traffic issues at Ecole Street today have been the same they have been throughout this time. In fact, most schools, I believe, experience traffic congestion around school and starting and finishing time. What I believe has changed is the parents' attitude when it comes to drop-off and pick up of their children. Instead of parking further away in neighbouring streets, they choose to double park in and wait for their children. So it's this double parking that's causing a backlog of cars behind them, and congestion continues until no one can move. This is the issue I see that's happening. This is a serious child safety concern, with children getting into cars which are illegally double parked. I think more needs to be done to prevent this double parking plague, which has become normal practice. Perhaps new signage or council ranger present for a short time, perhaps cameras. This might deter this double parking practice. Further, a fellow resident advised me that a question was put to Councillor Gow that police cars, if a police car was present, what would happen? He agreed that parents would keep driving. So he also agreed that it's an education issue. There has been suggestion that the road be changed to one way, either direction. Such a change would only move the congestion to either end of the street, especially exiting onto the busy Princess Highway. Further, as a resident of the street, a permanent move to one-way traffic would also adversely affect us in our movement in entering and exiting the streets. I would be totally against such a move. With this view, this is the view of other residents I've spoken to. Just in conclusion, it's a behavioural pattern, parent behavioural pattern problem that's a major traffic issue. Re-education of following the correct road rules would be a great start. Perhaps the school could assist by sending home notes to students advising the issue and hazards it creates. I fully support child safety
but it's the parents' road awareness that need to change. If they were serious about road safety, they'd do the right thing and not double park. I urge council to consider carefully how any change to Ecole Street will affect the residents of Ecole Street when making their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker is Bronwyn Dunstan, and it's a written submission on NM 04325, roundabout at the intersection of Edward Street and Colburn Avenue, Carlton.
My name is Bronwyn and I live right on the corner of Edward Street and Colburn Avenue. I speak tonight not just as a local resident, but as someone who experiences this intersection firsthand every single day. I have seen many accidents over the last 20 years, which are increasing. Just 2 weeks ago, I was one of the first people on the scene to assist those involved in the most recent accident at the intersection. I've seen the confusion and danger this corner can cause. Car drivers now don't take instructions from locals trying to direct cars from the hazard. That is extremely dangerous as people injured, petrol and oil are on the road. I understand why people want change and I support that. At the intersection, a meeting held on 19 June with council officers, managers and residents alike discussed that a range of long-term and short-term safety improvements should be properly investigated. The sensible approach is the one we all discussed and agreed on at that meeting. Start by implementing the short-term safety measures like clearer line marking, extended no stopping zones, improved signage and better sight lines through tree trimming, double yellow lines up both streets. Then move to a proper investigation of long-term options, including but not limited to a roundabout, speed humps and chicanes one-way street. This allows council to make an informed decision based on evidence, traffic data and input from residents. As someone who lives on the corner, I also want to be clear that I do not support any major increase in lighting at this intersection. The current lighting already spills significantly into my property and I wouldn't support any measures that further spill light into my home. I support making this intersection safer. I support what was discussed and agreed at the street meeting. What I don't support is fast tracking anything. Example, roundabouts, one-way street, the long-term solutions without the council's own experts stating it may not be the best outcome. Implement the short-term measures now and properly assess all long-term options before we make a final call. Council's traffic manager was extremely good at managing and making it clear what should happen. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Kuvis in person on NM 04325, roundabout at intersection of Edward Street and Colburn Avenue, Carlton.
Yes. Okay. My name is Kathy Curvis. I live at 43 Edward Street at the intersection of Edward Street and Colburn Avenue in Carlton. My job is road design officer, traffic signal design at Transport for New South Wales, but I'm not representing them today because it's against the rules and conflict of interest. I am talking as a resident. In mid-2024, I was on the footpath on the corner of 41 Edward Street talking to a neighbour with my husband when a car from the side street of Colburn Avenue crashed with a car driving along Edward Street towards 41 Edward Street. It was a 90-degree crash. The car driving along Edward Street almost crashed onto me, but I was pushed back by my neighbour and the car wiped out 2 stop signs and crashed onto the house of 41 Edward Street. But luckily, the garden bed on the side of the house stopped the crash. I was very lucky. I am today representing Tuan Nguyen of 41 Edward Street, whose house is a heritage building. I'm also representing Francesco Palermo. I have the support of him, and he is at 45 Edward Street. I also have Andrea, who was involved in a second accident about 2 weeks ago. We have Nguyen and Andrea here supporting. On the 10th of June this year, another crash accident occurred at the same place, same type of crash, only this time it hit the front door of the property of 41 Edward Street and the pot plant. I have Andrea here, who was involved in that crash, to support a safer intersection with installation of a roundabout. She went to hospital with minor injuries. Increased traffic due to the building of Aldi's and increased apartment blocks has only made the intersection more dangerous. In my experience, and as I live at the intersection, I believe the vehicles in the side road have poor visibility to oncoming traffic in Edward Street. combined with the vehicles going over the speed limit in Edward Street, is the cause for both of the accidents that occurred. Side street drivers claimed poor vision to oncoming traffic. Drivers driving through Edward Street claimed the side street vehicles did not stop at the stop sign. I find this untrue as I see what happens every day, and I filmed the busiest day during a football match at Jubilee Avenue where parents and children use this intersection. The lack of lighting at night is also a problem. Both accidents involved the car driving along Edward Street to crash onto the home of 41 Edward Street, probably due to speeding. I believe that a roundabout should be put in at the intersection for the following reasons. It would reduce the severity of the crashes at the intersection. It is also low maintenance for the future. It forces the traffic to slow down and it targets the conflict points and controls the risks of an accident occurring. Alleviating some parking is not a problem when we take into consideration the safety of the residents, including driving in and out of their driveways. We choose to be safe. Aldi customers can also use the roundabout when looking for parking. Therefore, I fully support the motion for a roundabout as it targets the problem itself. Resident of 41 Edward Street does not feel safe. I have the support of the owner.
Sorry,
And if we can, sorry.
Just conclude your comments.
Yeah, I'm just concluding now, sorry, because I have asthma as well. And I support also with the roundabout for bollards to be put around the heritage building of Mr. Tuan Nguyen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth Chow, as the written submission on NM 04425, Hogden Park Master Plan Dog Park. Ms. McKinley, thank you.
I rise today in strong support of motion NM 04425 presented by Councillor Gao. The Director's comments rightly note this motion's general consistency with our community strategic plan, specifically Goal 4.4 on access to quality open space and Goal 4.5 on council-led development. However, this motion isn't just generally consistent, it is the direct proactive action required to truly embody those goals for the community of Cochrane North Ward. The Director's update states that a holistic master plan review will take approximately 12 months. Councillors, with all due respect, our community has waited long enough, nearly 3 years, and has seen no tangible action. The previous motion, NM 03125, which I proudly supported, clearly resolved to pause implementation until the review and renewed consultation is complete. But that same motion also recommended commencement of consultation on the dog park being relocated to the available spaces on the alternate areas of the park with higher ground. The path for a sensible solution has clearly been illuminated. We are not waiting for a mythical new plan, but for action on what we already know. We know the council's previously chosen site for a dog park was identified in consultant reports as a flat area with saturated soil, prone to erosion and waterlogging, a boggy and poorly drained wetland area. This is simply not fit for purpose. This motion cuts through further delays by resolving to proceed with construction on available, clear, higher ground area, an option already discussed and supported by evidence, ensuring a dry, accessible and functional facility all year round. This isn't blind pursuit of an outdated concept, it's a pragmatic, evidence-based pivot. On the critical point of financial implications, the Director notes no funding and the state grant funding being returned. The North Ward has seen significantly high-density residential rezoning and a population surge in recent years. This development has generated substantial developers' contributions, funds earmarked for the provision and improvement of local infrastructure and amenity. It is entirely unacceptable that our community sees such intense development, yet faces amenity shortfalls due to alleged lack of funding for an essential public facility. These developer contributions must be utilised in the immediate vicinity to which they were generated to provide the crucial amenities directly tied to the development occurring in this very ward, rather than being unaccounted for or dispersed elsewhere. Funding should not be a barrier when our growth directly produces these funds. Councillors, let's not perpetuate a years-long holding pattern for a master plan review when the core issue, a suitable dog park location, has already been extensively scrutinised and a viable alternative identified. Support motion NM 04425. Vote to provide immediate, tangible benefit to our growing community, demonstrating that this council has pivoted to organise for success with agility and that we are committed to delivering the quality open spaces for our community's wellbeing.
Thank you, Ms. McKinley. Our next speaker is Julie Balshalskate, a written submission on NM 04425, also the Hogden Park Master Plan Dog Park. Thank you.
I'm writing to voice my strong support for motion NM 04425 put forward by Councillor Gow. This motion goes beyond broad alignment with our community strategic plan. It offers a timely and practical solution that directly supports the goals of providing quality open space, Goal 4.4, and enabling effective council-led development, Goal 4.5 in Cogra North. The community has waited nearly 3 years for meaningful progress on the dog park project, while the previous motion, NM 03125, appropriately paused implementation pending a full master plan review. It also proposed consultation on relocating the park to the higher ground, a location that has been discussed, assessed and supported by previous reports. This motion rightly prioritises moving forward with the higher ground location now rather than waiting another 12 months for a full review. The original site is clearly unsuitable, a waterlogged, erosion-prone area that is not fit for purpose. The alternative site offers a dry, accessible and year-round useful space, exactly what our growing community needs. The funding issue is especially frustrating. Cogra North is seeing rapid high-density development, bringing in significant developer contributions meant to support local infrastructure. It is only fair and logical that those funds be reinvested back into our area to provide much-needed amenities, not redirected or left idle while basic community facilities fall behind. Motion NM 04425 is not about ignoring process, it's about acting on what we already know, using evidence and consultation that has already taken place. It reflects smart planning, responsible use of public funds and responsiveness to community needs. I urge you to support this motion and take a clear step towards delivering real tangible benefits for the residents of Cogra.
Thank you, Ms McKinley. And our last written submission for tonight is for Ms Alicia Boyd on NM 04425 Hogden Park Master Plan Dog Park.
I'm a former shared dog and community park user of the space between Victoria and Victor Street. This land, previously used as a dog park, community space and school oval, is owned by Cogra High School. A few years ago, it was fenced off, covered in AstroTurf and converted away from shared use due to misuse by a small minority of dog owners. The school declined to work with the community on a shared management approach and shut access off entirely. I want to acknowledge Georges River Council for negotiating partial shared use again, but it excludes dog owners. The space is now used for sports, which is great, but we still need a safe, accessible space for dogs nearby. I worked with Ruth Choi, Elise Mins and the Parks team on a proposal for a dog park in Hogman Park. The original plan we came up with together of locating the new dog park behind the basketball courts was later relocated to a designated wetland zone. As we've said repeatedly, that area is not suitable for dogs. We called for a move back to the originally agreed area for the dog park, also called for a broader strategic planning process, and it's good to see the Cogra plan underway. Thank you for that. But Thomas Gow's motion highlights that we've already waited 2.5 years for this park. Waiting another 18 months would mean 3.5 years for a project that's already funded. We worked really hard to help GRC to obtain $20,000 for the dog park from New South Wales Government, which we have now lost due to delays in building the dog park and working with community to find an ideal location for the dog park. We understand the basketball court adjacent space is now being considered for a skate park, but that plan was made before 2 new skate parks were built nearby. We'd like Council to revisit our original request. That location meets technical requirements, it's not too close to play equipment and is suitable enclosed area. Please finish the job, fence the area, use the funding and let us move forward. A reliable dog space is essential to many of us, especially after COVID, and the continued delay is unnecessary. Thank you for considering my request in support of Thomas Gow's motion.
Thank you, Ms McKinley. Our next speaker is Jay Gattino on NM 04625 in person, speaking on promoting safety and respect in local sporting matches. Thank you, Jay.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Jay Gattino. I'm the chair of Football St George. It's the governing body for grassroots football in the Georges River Council LGA. I speak neither in support or opposition to the motion at hand, but I intend to provide information and context relevant to the motion for you to consider. FSG acknowledges that there was a violent incident that took place at Gannons Park on the 31st of May. FSG denounces and condemns violence in all its forms. The conduct on that day was reprehensible and has no place in our sport. FSG, following the incident, provided prompt cooperation to Georges River Council and the local police. That culminated in the identification of one individual who was ultimately charged with a criminal matter that is now before the courts. In accordance with our own disciplinary regulations, clubs and participants were referred to our disciplinary committee. Following disciplinary proceedings, 3 individuals received multi-year suspensions from football, and those bans apply statewide. The clubs involved have also received sporting sanctions by way of points deductions and bonds. FSG is also reviewing match day procedures and working closely with clubs to enhance spectator safety at future matches. The incident was serious, but against the context of the several thousand matches that we stage every year, it was rare. The information I've shared this evening, I hope, demonstrates our willingness to address and sanction violence in our sport and the strengths of our existing policy settings. Having said that, FSG remains willing to work with council and to ensure and uphold community safety at all of the sporting grounds at which we conduct our activities. That's all I wanted to say about the motion. In the 70 seconds I have remaining, I would also like to join in the advocacy by Mr. Sarakakis for Beverly Hills Sports Ground. That's an important venue in our operations. It's currently under-resourced in terms of its infrastructure. It only has a small change room facility that does not service women. That puts them at a significant disadvantage and is also detrimental to the dignity of the female participants at that facility. So I urge you to consider that in your budget planning for the next and future financial years. I also acknowledge the gentleman to my left speaking about the microplastics at Poulton Park. I'm joining with him in supporting whatever reforms can be done to ensure that our operations are done to ensure the integrity of the local environment. And if that's a grabilia in your box, may I please have it for my backyard? No, it was worth trying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Coutinho. Our next speaker is Ben Balzer, speaking in person on question with notice 01625, the Moomba to Sydney ethane pipeline, risk profile and planning implications. The
Thank you.
microphone is on,
Some
please.
slides, please. Thank you. So, good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, council officers. Thank you for your service and thank you for hearing me tonight. I would also like to sincerely acknowledge Councillor Benjamin Wang for his tireless commitment and ongoing efforts on behalf of our community. My name is Dr. Ben Balzer. My surgery in Beverly Hills is near the Moomba to Sydney ethane pipeline, which has recently been repurposed to natural gas. In our climate emergency, phasing out natural gas is one of the highest priorities. Natural gas is being phased out of Australia by 2050. Victoria and the ACT have already banned new installations of natural gas. It's one of the most potent greenhouse gases. Safety, of course, is the community's biggest priority. And the council consulted Aris Carter, next slide please, who provided this map, which is coming up on the next page. That's the last page. So that one there, and it's got 200-metre exclusion zone each side of the railway, which that would affect. It's a 40-kilometre pipeline that affects 16 square kilometres of Sydney, which is about $60 billion worth of land. Next slide, please. That shows the 358 properties in the Georges River Council which are affected. So the next slide, please. This graph shows has been produced by the owner of the pipeline and shows a different hazard analysis. The brown line at the bottom there, it shows the pipeline is about the pipeline running through Sydney. Right on top of the pipeline, which is the zero on the left side there, the hazard is about 1 in 10 million years, but it drops off rapidly. Just 100 metres away, it falls to 1 in 1 billion years, which is about 15 times longer than the time since the dinosaurs went extinct. So if we could go to the next slide, please. The pipeline runs through the newly developed area of Walleye Creek. There's not just one, but two pipelines, a high-pressure gas pipeline and the ethane pipeline running side by side. So next slide, please. So this shows the two pipelines running in the footpath on the left there, next to 21-storey residential buildings, and on the right there on Walleye Creek West, running past 8-storey residential buildings. Next slide, please. So you know, there are only two options before us. Option one is that the pipeline is completely safe, as it is in Wallow Creek. If that's the case, it should not be treated as a barrier to development in Georges River Council. Option two, if the pipeline is actually unsafe, and it's not just a local issue, it's a serious issue running through Sydney suburbs. In that case, it should be decommissioned, and I would call on Georges River Council to take a leading role in advertising for its closure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowser. Our next speaker is Vicky Hadjius in person, speaking on question with no notice 00225, which was from last month's question with notice 01425 flood study Beverly Hills.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Vicky Hadjius, and my husband George and I have lived in Gloucester Road, Beverly Hills for 50 years, 40 without flooding problems. We're here tonight because we are concerned about the ongoing flooding affecting our street and mostly our property on 6 occasions from October 14 to April 24. This is not because it's a flood area, but because the flooding is due to man-made issues. That is, in December 12, a new 2-storey house next door was approved by council to be raised 120 mm. An elevation was also created in the surrounds, altering the ground level, which causes a dam preventing disbursement of water. A speed hump is situated outside our property, and the shape, construction and height of the bump disrupts the normal flow of water during heavy rainfall and is directed into our property. An identified pest tree planted in the hump garden has grown out of proportion and has raised the level of the hump and road surface, causing more issues. In April 2015, a second flooding event happened. Sorry. A stormwater drainage system was installed by council. However, the original plan had to be abandoned, and the replacement system diverted twice the amount of water across to our property. It was later deemed dysfunctional by council engineers. Between 2014 and to date, we have written to council countless times and provided videos and photos after each event. But the explanations that we received about capacity issues with Sydney water infrastructure or overland flow don't address the local design flaws council has contributed to. During 2014 and 15, SMEC was appointed to carry out a flood study, which I later found out was calibrated on our photos and videos. Yet we weren't even consulted for the 23 study. This is not normal. Our house should not have been included in this sample. These are man-made problems, not natural. We're not here just to complain. We've made constructive suggestions. Remove the pest tree and hump that redirects water into our property, fix the collapsed pits, redesign drainage pits so water doesn't flow backward, and block off faulty connections. I acknowledge that some actions have been considered, and we appreciate that, but we have been repeating ourselves for 11 years, and that is far too long to wait for action. We are looking for a real conversation where council listens to us and takes the right action, which will also prevent adverse notes on our planning certificates at 10.7. We and other affected neighbours urge the council to listen to residents, not just tick off engineering reports, and to work more openly with Sydney Water, the state government and the community to ensure that mistakes are not repeated and affected homes are properly affected. Thank you, and please.
Thank you. That concludes our public forum tonight. We will now move to the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting, which is CCL 04725, confirmation of the minutes of the council meeting held on the 26th of May 2025. It's moved by Councillor Lansbury, seconded by Councillor Jamieson. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Councillors, I have 3 mayoral minutes tonight. The first one is MM 1025. Congratulations to Georges River residents from the 2025 King's Birthday Honours. I'll take the motion as read, and that is to congratulate Miss Gillian Wan, who's one of our local volunteers in the Georges River local government area and is current secretary of the Kogarah Historical Society. And she has been a long time volunteer in Georges River and is very deserving of these King's Birthday Honours. And the other is Superintendent Paul Dunstan, who we're lucky enough to be leading our St George local area command in this area, and we have a very close relationship with Mr Dunstan at council. So I congratulate both of those two residents on receiving those King's Birthday Honours. My motion is that council congratulate and recognises the outstanding achievements of two distinguished Georges River residents who have been acknowledged in the 2025 King's Birthday Honours for their exceptional service to our community and beyond, and that council sends letters of congratulations to the recipients on behalf of the council and our community. Councillors, anyone wishing to speak to this motion? Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would like to speak on this mayoral minute. I was delighted to learn of Jill Wan's nomination for an Order of Australia award, for which I was also honoured to provide my support. And as many of you know, Jill is a highly regarded and active member of our Georges River community. I just wanted to share some of the comments that I included with the nomination. I should have said I was delighted when she was awarded the Order of Australia in the King's Birthday Honours. As much loved representative of Kogarah Historical Society, she served both as President and Secretary since 2008 and currently is the Secretary. Under the Constitution, you can only serve in each role for a particular time, apparently. Jill makes an outstanding contribution to our community through KHS and her extensive knowledge of local history and her strong connections to various community groups in our local area. Jill works tirelessly to promote awareness of the local history of the Georges River local government area through her role in KHS, and she is a very hands-on President/Secretary. She coordinates everything from grant funding applications, exhibitions, organising guest speakers for the meetings, the book launches. She initiated the annual local history essay competition in 2017 and coordinates this process. I think it's a biannual process. Each year, to celebrate History Week, Jill hosts an open day at the Cars Cottage, which houses the collection of historical artefacts and photographs. Jill is passionate about history and has an in-depth knowledge of each item on display in the museum and its backstory, as well as the local history makers, which she eagerly shares with visitors to the museum. When she was announced that she won the award, I called her to congratulate her, and she responded with, "Fancy being given an award for doing something that you love doing," which is a very Jill Wan comment to make. She's the most worthy recipient of an Order of Australia award as a contribution to our community through sharing her knowledge of local history, and her leadership and dedication to the Kogarah Historical Society is invaluable. Congratulations to Jill. I would also just like to, whilst I'm on my feet, just to extend my congratulations to Superintendent Paul Dunstan as well for his award. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Any other councillors wishing to speak to the mayoral minute? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. My next mayoral minute is 0MM01125, recognition of Georges River Council staff. Again, I'll take the motion as read. And I really want to congratulate the staff who've been awarded a special award in the Local Government Professionals Award for the work that Council's been doing in our MFIT program, which is around mental fitness. And I think this this award ties in very nicely to my next mayoral minute, which is around supporting reforms to the workers' compensation system, where there has been an escalating increase in psychosocial claims. So I commend Council for the work that they're doing internally to have early prevention in mental health injuries, and I'm very pleased to see Council be rewarded for the work that they're doing in that space. Secondly, Council was awarded a Gold Award for our 2023-24 annual report at the recent Australasian Reporting Awards. So My motion is that Council formally acknowledges and congratulates Georges River Council staff for receiving the People Workplace Wellbeing Award at the 2025 Local Government Professionals New South Wales Awards for the MFIT program, and notes the transition from the MFIT program to the new WellFit strategy, which will continue Council's commitment to staff wellbeing through a focus on whole person health and engagement, and formally acknowledges and congratulates Georges River Council staff for their achievements in receiving the Gold Award for Council's 2023-24 annual report at the annual Australasian Reporting Awards. Council, does anybody wish to speak to the mayoral minutes? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. And my last mayoral minute is MM01225, advocating for workers' compensation reform in support of Georges River businesses. Now, I would just like to speak briefly to this one. This is about showing our support for the Workers' Compensation Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. I was at the Business Chamber South breakfast in Oatley last week with a number of other councillors who are here today, where the Premier and Minister Camper spoke about the reform and the impact that it could have, especially on small businesses like the ones we have right here in Georges River. The reform is about getting the balance right. It's aimed at fixing a system that is not working as it should, while making sure injured workers still get the care and support they need to recover and return to work. Importantly, it's not about cutting support for people with psychosocial injuries. If someone can't return to work, there are still other support pathways available after multiple years of support in the workers' compensation system. But if the system isn't financially sustainable, it won't be there to support any injured workers, be they physical or otherwise. Small businesses are already dealing with the rising cost of premiums, and this reform is a step toward stabilising that while keeping the right protections in place for workers. So the bill has passed the lower house and is now before the upper house, and this is the right time for us as a council to stand with our business community and show support for a fair and more sustainable system. And I thank Mr. Tony Bedore from the Business Chamber South, who made a submission in the public forum in support of this mayoral minute as well. So councillors, with that, I will put the motion, which is that Council calls for unanimous support of the Workers' Compensation Amendment Bill. And does anyone wish to speak to this motion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We, councillors, I have one condolence tonight, and that is for Miss Beverly Armstrong. Council notes with deep sadness the passing of Beverly Armstrong and extends sincere condolences to her family and the renowned United Rugby League Football Club community. Known as Bev or Auntie Bev, was an integral part of the renowned United family for over 50 years. Her contribution to the club and to grassroots rugby league across our district has been nothing short of extraordinary. Bev served as club secretary for 35 years, beginning her involvement when her son Scott joined the under-7s. From selling cupcakes on a trestle table in the 1970s to helping run the club canteen out of a humble caravan on the hill at Renown Park, Bev's tireless effort helped shape the strong community spirit for which Renown United is known today. In recognition of her decades of volunteer service, Bev received many accolades, including life membership of Renown United Rugby League Football Club, life membership of St George Junior Rugby League, life membership of the St George District Club, and winner of the New South Wales Rugby League Women in League Award. Bev's warmth, generosity and unwavering commitment touched the lives of countless players, families and volunteers, not just at Renown, but across the wider rugby league community, and her contribution cannot be overstated. So I move a motion of condolence on the passing of Beverly Armstrong, and if we could please stand for a moment's silence. Thank you. Please be seated. We now move to our committee reports. First is CCL 04H25, report of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 10th of June. Councillor Mort.
I move the recommendations of the Assets and Infrastructure Committee recommendations for item ASS 025-25, ASS 024-25 to ASS 025-25 as detailed in the report to be adopted by Council, with the exclusion of TAC 041-25 Pearl Street, Hurstville. Proposed changes to parking restrictions.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. That's moved by Councillor Mort, seconded by Councillor Stratokopoulos. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I will put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against? I declare that carried. We now move to the item that was excluded from that report, which is TAC 041-25 Pearl Street, Hurstville. Proposed changes to parking restrictions. Councillor Mort. Councillor Wang.
I move the recommendations as published.
Thank you. And Councillor Wang, would you like to second that motion? I believe you may have an amendment.
Yes, thank you.
If you'd like to second that
Yes, I
and
second.
propose your amendment, and then Councillor Mort can decide if she accepts the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So I propose an amendment as shown on the screen. Essentially, just add a disabled parking. So the main reason for that is because this is in the hospital precinct. We can call that between a science for medical center and Hurstville Private School.
You want to just read out the amendment first? I'll check Councillor Mort accepts it, and then we can speak to it. So just read that out for the benefit of everybody in the gallery and councillors.
Sure. So the council investigated the feasibility of designating one of the proposed parking spaces on Pearl Street as a disabled parking space with appropriate signage and the marking in accordance with the Australia standard, given the proximity of a medical clinic located at the corner of Forest Road and Pearl Street to support equitable access for the people with mobility challenges, and that the outcome be reported to future traffic advisory committee meetings for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Mort, do you accept that amendment?
Yes, I accept that.
Thank you. Okay, and Councillor Mort, do you wish to speak to the item? No. So Councillor Wang, if you'd like to speak to the item.
Yeah, I just explain a little bit of the reason. First, it's this area, this street is between two medical facilities. One is the Hurstville Private School, and the other is a medical clinic who just spoke as public speaker. And the other reason is the street, Pearl Street, at the corner of Pearl Street and the Forest Road is very steep. It's very hard to move around with people with less mobility. So for the disabled people, so probably give it a little bit of fair access. So that's the reason for this modest amendment. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Do any councillors wish to speak against the motion? No. If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. We move to CCL 04925, report of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 10th of June 2025. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would like to move that the Community and Culture Committee recommendations for items COM 017-25 to COM 023-25 is detailed below be adopted by Council. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could please have a seconder. Councillor Jamieson has seconded that. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. We now move to CCL 05025, report of the Environment and Planning Committee meeting held on the 10th of June 2025. Councillor Marnie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move firstly items ENV 01825, ENV 02025 and ENV 02125 as published in the business paper, and pull out item ENV 01925, which is the planning proposal for gateway determination 193 to 109 Rocky Point Road, 66, 68 Ramsgate Road, and 2 to 4 Tago Road, Ramsgate for further discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. That's been seconded by Councillor Lansbury. Any discussion on those three items, councillors?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment tonight at this meeting.
So Councillor Gow, we've pulled out ENV 01925. That's the planning proposal. We're just going to adopt the three other items of the committee paper first. So you happy with those ones? Yeah. Okay. So that's moved. It's all three items of the Environment and Planning Committee, excluding the planning proposal item, which is ENV 01925, which we will debate next. So I will put no further discussion. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare that carried. Now, Councillor Marnie will move to ENV 01925, which is the planning proposal for gateway determination at 193 to 199 Rocky Point Road and 66 to 68 Ramsgate Road and 2 to 4 Targo Road, Ramsgate.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move item ENV 01925 to be adopted by council as published in the business paper.
Okay, and can I have a seconder? Councillor Lansbury has seconded that.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move the amendment.
Yeah, Councillor Marnie, if you could turn the microphone off, please. Sorry. Thank you. We have an amendment from Councillor Gow. Do you want to read that out?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that council defer its decision on this matter to the July 2025 council meeting so that it can give due consideration to the new information at light. That includes A, Transport for New South Wales data on Targo Road traffic levels, B, information from the landlord at the intersection of Rocky Point Road and Targo Road about signalling, and C, consider the two independent peer-reviewed studies that consider parking issues along Rocky Point Road. Madam Mayor, do you want to call for a seconder?
Yes, can we please have a seconder? Councillor Pun has seconded that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm moving this amendment tonight because of the overwhelming sentiment of local residents in Ramsgate, St. Susie for rejuvenisation, revitalisation, and they just want to see modern local amenities. I myself, it's very obvious to many of you in the room, went and met with multiple business owners over the last fortnight along Rocky Point Road, specifically about this planning proposal and the proposal for a new Woolies at the intersection of Targo Road and Rocky Point Road. My understanding is that Councillor Pun did the same thing over the weekend. The overwhelming view that has been presented to myself and Councillor Pun is that having this development, having this new Woolies will in some way rejuvenate this area, will provide additional parking spaces, not a loss of parking spaces along Rocky Point Road. We are only seeking a deferral of this decision to the July council meeting next month. My understanding is that at the last Environmental and Planning Committee, new information was provided to this council and new information came to light to this council about certain issues that the council gave to people, to residents, about why this proposal should be rejected. Now, such information include the potential loss of 12 on-street, on-road parking spaces along Rocky Point Road if this planning proposal was to go ahead. Now, my understanding is that new information that have come to light from peer-reviewed sources and we heard in the public gallery tonight as well, suggests completely otherwise. I've also noted that one of the reasons why council is rejecting this proposal is because the landlord who has to give consent for his access to be changed at the intersection of Targo Road and Rocky Point Road hadn't, as of April 2025, provided his written consent. My understanding is that the landlord has to date confirmed his consent in writing. Now, Transport for New South Wales has also confirmed that the traffic flow on Targo Road will still remain in acceptable limits, dispelling rumours and innuendo that having this development would shoot up traffic all along Targo Road. Councillors, I'm only seeking a deferral by 1 month for council to make an informed decision about this planning proposal. Another reason that was raised to me about this was my understanding is that there will be up to 190 new additional public parking spaces for commercial and public use should this development go ahead. Local businesses have told me that this will greatly benefit their businesses and for residents and customers, as we all know that Rocky Point Road becomes a clear way road for parking during peak hour traffic times. Having such additional parking spaces could become a big benefit for increased economic activity in the local area. Councillors and Madam Mayor, I'm only seeking a deferral on this matter so we can make an informed decision following review from our council officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. There's a second that Councillor Palm wishes to speak to this motion. Councillor Gow, if you could just switch your microphone off, please.
I reserve my right to speak. Sorry, Madam Mayor, I reserve my right to speak. I understand another councillor has something else to say on it.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Lansbury? Against the amendment, I should say, sorry.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I do wish to speak against this motion because there is a council officer recommendation that is done by our expert staff and planners. We have dealt with this at the Environment and Planning Committee 2 weeks ago, and we had similar speakers tonight. We had two of the proponents spoke at the Environment and Planning Committee, and one of them spoke again tonight. We had our first speaker in public forum, I think, was a lady speaking against it, who was speaking on behalf of Superfund. That's fine. I guess there's a vested interest. My major concern with this is the impact on traffic amenity. It's not rumours and innuendo, Councillor Gow. When one of the proponents for the planning proposal spoke in the Environment and Planning Committee, I actually thought that I misheard him when he said that the traffic movements in Targo Road would go from between 50 to 70 an hour. They would go to between 250 and 280. I thought I'd misheard him, and when I calculated that, that's like 400%. And that's in an average sort of street. That's not a rumour and innuendo. That was the proponent or the proposer himself said that. And we're dealing with an item later tonight in Edward Street, Carlton, which I know is a very important issue to you. The traffic issues in Edward Street originate from the Aldi. Now, I'll give you a couple of figures. The retail space in this proposal in Ramsgate is about 4,000 square metres, and it is going to be one of the largest Woolworths in Australia. The new Woolworths in Durham Street, like East Quarter, I think they call it, is about 3,500 square metres, and that includes the BWS. The Aldi on the corner of Edward Street and the highway is just under 2,000 square metres, and we've seen the impact that that's had on our residents. I, for one, think the first speaker said we had unresolved traffic and parking issues. I absolutely 100% concur with that. I think the final speaker, also a proponent for the planning proposal, said that there are really only 3 simple traffic issues that need to be dealt with. And they're not complex matters. I would say, well, if that's the case, why did they leave it until the last minute before they actually resolved it? The information that came to us prior to the Environment and Planning Committee on the 10th of June came to us over the weekend of long weekend in an email. I wasn't even aware of it because they had sent a number of emails. They left it till then because they knew the project was going to be refused. They had 18 months or more to resolve these. If you actually read the report that went to the meeting on the 10th of June, you will see there are a number of traffic issues that the Transport for New South Wales are yet unresolved. Deferring it for a month is not going to resolve those problems. Those things are not going to be dealt with within a month. We have a recommendation that well, on the business paper, the original one, by the council officers, which is based on evidence, not opinion. And I think that we need to be mindful of that. None of us here are planning experts. We need to be mindful of the fact that when we are in a position of making a decision as serious as this, we've got to consider the impact on the community of not just Targo Road, but the wider Ramsgate Road. When I had a chat to Councillor Pine and Councillor Gow before, they said that they had spoken to people in the vicinity and they were really happy with it. Well, clearly they didn't speak to the majority of people who were very unhappy with it. None of us dispute that we need additional housing, but the focus on this is not just additional housing, it's a massive overdevelopment of a site that cannot accommodate the additional traffic that it would attract. So based on that, I would urge you councillors to reject this deferral motion or this amendment, which seeks to defer this for another month, and stick with the council officer's original recommendation, which is based on evidence, not opinion, not just knocking on a few doors and all the rest of it. That's not actually a proper consultation. We need to actually listen to the people who have been very close to this for the last 18 months or so. This is about the second or third iteration of this particular site to get something up. I'd like to see it redeveloped as well, but on a scale that is not going to impact the community to such a detrimental effect that this will, if it goes ahead as proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Money, are you wishing to speak against the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ball. All I have to go on tonight on this item is the agenda prepared by the Director of Environment and Planning, and that's all. No information from other councillors or the proponent's going to change my mind on that, because that's all I have in front of me, and prepared a speech on this, just on that information, nothing else. So all I can do is want to do is now is back up what Councillor Lansbury said. I don't want to divert from the director's recommendation, which is based on facts, and that's final. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. So we've had one speaker for, 2 speakers against. Does anybody else wish to speak for this amendment? Councillor Wang.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I will speak for this amendment. So regarding just a few comments. So first is the notice given by this applicant, because I received the email from the applicant just 1-2 months ago. They asked to give the council a presentation of their amended information, and it seems it's not addressed in this environment meeting. So I attend this environment meeting, and they made the same request, saying they have made the new reports and peer reviews, and kindly ask the council to review it. And it seems it's not taken into consideration. And I just heard from the public speakers on both sides against the PP planning proposal and the representative from the applicant. And it seems they are not on the same page. So that's what puzzles me. So because the people against the proposal are talking about the 3 points, right? What is it? They're talking about the 3 points. Let me just bring up. Excuse me a second. Yeah. So about the driveway access and consent, they're talking about the loss of on-street parking. And the third point is about the impact on the Targo Road. So it seems there's a mismatch of information timing. It seems people oppose it, or even the council reject it, is based on the three issues. And for several times, it seems the applicant has repeatedly saying these three issues has been addressed. So that's why I'm not convinced we got we're in a position to make an informed decision. So that's why, if this has been going on for years, I believe. So what's the rush to give this applicant a fair chance, procedural fairness, and also give the the community a fair chance. Just let them explicitly address the concern. So that's why I think it's a very fair request. Amendment just be heard for 1 month and put it on the record. Has the applicant addressed the issue or not? That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Jamieson, do you have a question?
I just wanted to, through you, Madam Mayor, the question of procedural fairness. Were they given procedural fairness? Because I feel it's quite unusual that we would get, we're supposed to distance ourselves from developers, so to get emails and so forth, we're obviously not technically qualified to be able to sway our decision one way or another. I personally feel that I'm not qualified, nor is it appropriate. But in terms of procedural fairness, did they have procedural fairness in actually providing the requirements that was asked of them?
Put the question to the director through the general manager.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors. Procedural fairness, I don't have a definition of that in the planning proposal space, other than to say the guidelines do set out a planning proposal process. That would be what we generally follow. So yes, is a short answer. The more detailed answer can be found in the planning report, table 1, which talks about the history extending back to when they lodged in 2023. It's a table that, if I scroll through, covers 3 to 4 pages. They just outline what's happened, and it generally follows the planning proposal process and guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Does that answer your question? Councillor Pan, do you wish to take your right of reply?
Yeah, I think I'll frame it in terms of 3 questions. In respect of what Councillor Wayne just mentioned, we did hear from the public gallery that there were the 3 issues: the driveway access, the consideration of the car park and the outcomes of the traffic modelling, and I understand that there is a dispute on the number of vehicles per hour. I just want to understand, is that recognised by council, and can that be still taken into consideration in light of Councillor Gow's amendment? Yeah, that's where it is. We just want to make sure that that new information is being brought to light and understood by council.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and councillors. The fact is the assessment period was closed off. New information has been alluded to by provided after. There's no dispute. There's no dispute that has not been assessed. Hence the representations to a number of yourselves and others. It's well within the rights of the applicants and the community to make representations after the assessment has been complete. What Councillor Gow has in the amendment there is a deferral to reassess new information. That's what it is. Respectfully, I'm probably the better person to advise in the time frame as to when we can get it back to council. So the notion of it coming back in 1 month, I'm a little bit reluctant to set expectations around a month. So the new information is essentially a reassessment, and it will come back once it's reassessed. And the idea of deferring it for a month, I'll just be mindful of setting expectations on that.
Thank you. Councillors, I'm going to speak against the amendment. Planning proposals must follow a well-defined and structured process, which the director has alluded to, much of which occurs independently of councillors. This particular planning proposal has been progressing through that process over several months, 18 months, I think has been mentioned. Throughout that process, council's expert strategic planners, in conjunction with the independent planning consultant and Guide Consulting, have provided the proponent with formal written advice outlining why the proposal does not meet the site-specific merit test, chiefly due to the unresolved traffic constraints in the area. The proponent had every opportunity to address these traffic concerns by submitting alternate solutions. These alternatives would have been subject to the usual assessment process, including review by independent traffic experts and consultation with Transport for New South Wales, a key stakeholder. However, for reasons only known to them, the proponent chose not to engage further with Council's planning staff or submit any revised traffic solutions. So as a result, they were formally advised that the planning proposal would not be supported due to its failure to meet the necessary site-specific criteria. Following this, the proponent lodged a rezoning review with the New South Wales Government, a step they are entitled to take under the planning framework. It is only after Council's Environment and Planning Committee papers were published publicly that the proponent made a last-minute attempt over a long weekend to address the traffic issues raised months earlier. Let me be clear, the proponent's claim that these traffic issues have now been resolved should not be taken at face value. These new materials have not been assessed by Council's planning staff, traffic engineers, or by Transport for New South Wales. The time for that passed, and it is not appropriate to make a decision based on material that has not been assessed nor is playing out in the media. Given the proponent has now actioned a rezoning review, it is critical that Council formally endorses the position of its professional planning staff. This ensures that their assessment is given appropriate weight by the Sydney South Planning Panel when it considers the review. I support the recommendation of the Council officers. This proposal would significantly impact local residents, particularly with traffic. We heard from 2 local residents at the Environment and Planning Committee who live on Targo Road and objected strongly to this proposal. We've already seen the negative effects of the Aldi in Carlton on the surrounding streets, and this proposal is for a supermarket at least twice that size. Importantly, I think this is a key point, this is not a housing proposal. Under the current zoning, a 6-storey and 4-storey residential development can already be built on this site, and in fact could deliver more housing than the current planning proposal if a smaller retail component was proposed. The only purpose of this proposal is to rezone half the site from residential to E1 commercial to accommodate one of the largest Woolworths supermarkets in the country. So I will be supporting the expert planners and standing with our community over the interests of a major corporate developer. And with that, I will put this amendment to a vote. If we could please go around the room. So we're voting on the amendment from Councillor Gowell, seconded by Councillor Pun, which is to defer the decision.
Your vote, please, Madam Mayor.
I'm against the amendment.
Councillor Allison.
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Demoski.
Against.
Councillor Gow.
For.
Councillor Jamieson.
Against.
Councillor Lansbury.
Against.
Councillor Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Mort.
Against.
Councillor Pun.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
That's 8 votes against, 5 votes for.
I declare the amendment lost, and we now revert back to the original motion, which is the Council Officer recommendation moved by Councillor Marnie and seconded by Councillor Lansbury. If there's no further discussion, I will put that motion and we'll go around. Oh, sorry, Councillor Marnie.
Can I speak on that, please?
You want to speak
Madam Mayor?
for the recommendation?
Yeah, thank you. I'm voting in favour of this recommendation of the Environment and Planning Committee made earlier this month, which upheld the staff recommendation to not support the proposed amendments to the LEP contained in this proposal, that is PP 2024-0001, because they failed to meet site-specific merit tests contained in DPHI's plan-making guidelines. To quote from the officer's report, the planning proposal firstly has demonstrated that future intensification of development can be accommodated without adverse impacts within capacity of the current and or future infrastructure, specifically surrounding state and local road network. Secondly, it has failed to address recommendations made by the George River Local Planning Panel at its meeting on 5th of December 2024 in relation to potential traffic and transport matters. And lastly, it hasn't adequately addressed the traffic advice from Transport for New South Wales. And Council's traffic engineers issued to the proponent on 9th of March 2025 and subsequent advice provided by Transport on 10th of April 2025. Serious issues such as driveways on the eastern side of Rocky Point Road, which would impact the proposed new signals at Targo Road, a loss of at least 12 on-street car park spaces, and unacceptable amenity impacts to Targo Road due to greater traffic volumes are yet to be addressed. I sincerely appreciate the expert advice provided by our council officers who have closely scrutinised all aspects of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'm going to put the motion, which is the recommendation put by staff. If we could please go around the room and take the vote.
Sorry.
Councillor Wang?
Can I speak against that? Can I speak against the motion?
I'll just put the motion now. I think we've spoken on the amendment already, so I think the arguments have been put. So if we could go around the room and take the vote.
Your vote, please, Madam Mayor.
I'm for the recommendation.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Anzalotti.
Against.
Councillor Arthur.
Against.
Councillor Demoski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
Against.
Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Punn.
Against.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang.
Against. I want to call a point of order. So do I have a right to speak against the motion? Because that's amendment. This is about the motion.
I'd
Can I ask
already put the motion. I can put the question to the general manager. I put the motion. We've taken the voting.
So,
I think no.
Yeah. Can I?
Question
Madam Mayor, I do apologise. You did afford Councillor Marnie with the right to form the motion, so I just think it's only in order.
So,
that's concerned. So.
Councillor Wang, everyone's done their voting.
Before the voting, I asked to speak against it.
And I'd already put the motion. So I've said before when Councillor Marnie had spoken, I had not put the motion. I hadn't started the voting process. So.
Madam Mayor, you provide Councillor Wang the opportunity to speak.
If we could finish the voting on the item, please, Ms. McKinley. Are you voting against the item, Councillor Wang?
Yes. Yes.
That is 8 votes for the motion and 5 votes against the motion.
I declare the motion carried.
So back to my point of order. Through you, can I ask the general manager?
You had to raise the point of order immediately at the time, Councillor Wang, and you didn't, and we've taken the voting and we've completed it. So I'm going to move on to the next item, which is CCL 01525, which is the report of the Finance and Governance Committee meeting held on the 10th of June 2025. Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson, and seconded by Councillor Marnie. Any discussion on the item, councillors? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We now move to CCL 05225, Draft Mayor and Councillor Expenses Facility Policy 2025 for public exhibition. Councillor Jamieson.
I move the recommendation of the staff.
And Councillor Lansbury has seconded that. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We move to CCL 05325, Working Together for a Better Future, Community Strategic Plan, Delivery Program, Operational Plan and Resourcing Strategy, otherwise known as the budget. Councillor Jamieson.
Thank you. Did you second it? Is it finished?
You second it. Councillor Marnie seconded.
Sorry. So thank you. This one's going to be a big one. Thank you to the community.
Hang on, Councillor Jamieson, are you moving this item with an amendment?
I'm going to, it's a long one, yes.
You're going to move it with the amendment? Okay, if you could please read the amendment out.
Okay. That in accordance with sections 403, 404 and 405 of the Local Government Act 1993, the following documents be adopted. Community Strategic Plan 25 to 35, 2, delivery program 2025 to 2029, 3, 2025-26 operational plan, including the budget, revenue policy and schedule of fees and charges subject to the following amendments. A, operating budget. Sport field lighting planned and reactive maintenance in addition of 50k. Restoration and conversion of Hurstville War Memorial, addition of 15k. Companion animal identification and desexing program, addition of 30k. Douglas Cross Gardens Oatley, repurposing of fountain area, addition of 6k. Public spaces, decorative lighting, options report, addition of 20k. Addition of a strategic and detailed business case for a multi-sport stadium in the local government area that is dependent on 50% contribution from Basketball New South Wales, addition of 120k. Celebratory and commemorative tree giveaway, addition of 10k. Council award discretionary fund, reduction of 37.5k. Incoming grants include all operational grants awarded since the budget's exhibition into the budget, provided that grant income and expenditure are fully matched and therefore do not affect the operating surplus and can be managed within current resource allocation. B, capital program budget, sport field lighting planned and reactive renewal, addition of 150k. Todd Park Sporting Amenities Council remains committed to the project and will consider its inclusion in the budget once community consultation is complete and the project scope is clearly defined. Quarry Reserve North Tennis Courts and Amenities refurbishment bring forward from commencing in 2026-27 to commencing in 2025-26. Mortdale Streetscape Stage 2, remove the project from the 4-year capital program. Note it was scheduled to commence in 27-28. Arthur Hardiman Reserve, remove the Curragh project from the 4-year capital program, which was based on the existing master plan, and instead undertake work to amend the master plan and plan of management to deliver a pocket forest community garden and ensure the site is made safe. Note it was scheduled to commence in 2028-29. Cars Park Flat Amenities, scheduled this new project in the 4-year capital programs, including both design and construction. Cars Park Flat Sporting Field, scheduled this new project in the 4-year capital program, including both design and construction. Beverly Hills Park Soccer Amenities, scheduled this new project in the 4-year capital program, including both design and construction. Peaker Sports Field, playing field 4, scheduled this new project in the 4-year capital program, including both design and construction. Mortdale Streetscape Embellishment, include this new project in the program to deliver enhanced seating and lighting planting. Penshurst Streetscape Embellishment, include this new project in the program to deliver a detailed design to transform the Tahi land into a park garden. Complete the internal amenities fit out and allocate funds for implementing works identified in the public domain plan from FY 26-27 onwards. Synthetic playing fields, implement a rubber crump migration trial that includes installation of a site barrier at a select location. Hogburn Park Master Plan, commence the relevant work required to ensure it reflects current community needs, environmental conditions and the long-term strategy and vision for the park. Edward Street Carlton Traffic Works, scheduled this new project in the 4-year capital program, including long-term improvement works. Jubilee Stadium, Eastern Toilet Block replacement, ensure the scale of the project does not impact the draft master plan. 4, resourcing strategy encompassing our people plan, digital resource management plan, asset management plan and the long-term financial plan. C, that Council offers as part of the Q1 budget review process, review the changes endorsed in the capital program in B3 to confirm project cost estimates, identify capacity constraints, outline any further work required to finalise project scope and recommend items for rephasing as needed, and that a councillor briefing be provided prior to the Q1 budget review being presented to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. That is, you've moved that amendment as the motion. Councillor Marnie, as the seconder, do you accept that amendment? You do. Councillor Jamieson, do you wish to speak to this motion?
Just quickly, I just wanted to say thanks to all the community people that put in their submissions and all the councillors that collaborated and worked hard to put this together. And I hope we've got all the submissions. It's pretty detailed.
Thank you. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Stratakopoulos, wish to speak for the motion? For the emotion, the amendment, which is now the motion.
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor, thank you. Councillors, I support this amendment because in summary, it represents the voices of the community. Many who we have heard here tonight. One of these community voices is Peter Sarakakis, the president of the Hurstville Minotaurs Soccer Club, and they play at Beverly Hills Park. Equality is an issue that has been discussed at length and has been understandably pushed for as far back as I can remember. Now, who here doesn't believe that men and women should not be on equal footing? I highly doubt anyone does. So if that's the case, then can someone please tell me why that a club that has so many women's teams and has been around for 40 years only has amenities for the men? That's right. The girls need to use the bathroom or get changed. They can run off down to the rugby league block, 300 metres away. Speaking of the facilities, substandard, disgusting, decrepit are some words that come to mind when describing them. Having visited these facilities, I did wonder how old they were and whether they were built just after the arrival of the First Fleet. I kid you not, councillors and ladies and gentlemen of the public gallery, I have no doubt that these facilities would not meet the standards in third world countries. As mentioned earlier, there are no women's amenities whatsoever, no disabled facilities, and no storeroom. All the flags, cones, and soccer gear is stored behind the makeshift canteen, which I understand had to be created by the president himself. Tell me this community organisation doesn't need an amenities block as soon as possible. Regarding the floodlights, one of the lights literally faces downwards, meaning that, as one would understand, it would provide challenges when training at night. This amendment will include reactive maintenance for sports field lighting. Can I just say on a final note, and I suppose this is personal, Mr. Sarakakis, I mentioned earlier, has been the president of the club for 40 years. Having gotten to know him after meeting him and seeing the wonderful facilities at Beverly Hills Park, I got an absolute understanding that this guy is a pillar of our community. As we said, he's been running the club for 40 years. They call him the General. It's a name, you know, and many may mock it, but let me tell you, after having been there, he has the utmost respect from everybody in the club, around the club, all the players. I've seen 6-year-old girls walk up to him, crack jokes with him. I've seen 40-year-old men do the same thing. His main goal, and I say this respectfully, he's probably entering some of the later years of his life. His main goal is to help those that have, unfortunately, taken the wrong path in life, and to bring them to this club, to give their life a bit of meaning, to encourage them to, with the confidence that they get from playing soccer with fellow players, to hopefully encourage them to therefore make something positive out of their life. And I think that if for no other reason, that should be enough of a reason to support this amendment and the facilities for this club. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stratokopoulos. Now, councillors, as it's the budget item, I'm happy to allow more speakers for this item, as it obviously covers off many varied topics. Councillor Wang, do you wish to speak for the motion?
So I have a few questions. Yeah, thank you. So this is a really eye-watering list of budget items. I just question the process. So we have been through several months of budget workshops, and this is we got the councillors got this list at 5:14 p.m. today. So how is that? How are we allowed to be afforded the the process, the time to process the budget item and make a decision? So probably that's a question for the director through you.
I'll put it to the director in a second, but I'll address it first. And I will refer back to many councillor budget briefings that we've had, and our director has encouraged councillors to engage with each other on the items of importance, and that is obviously a process of negotiation. That process has taken place with multiple people around this room and multiple community members. So this list has been done in consultation collaboratively and with the support of the staff. So I'll put the question to the director.
Through the Mayor, there's no prescription that I'm aware of that I guess prohibits the council from making amendments to the budget. As the Mayor's outlined, that it's been on exhibition, and it is a common occurrence that once council deliberate on submissions or they consider other councillors' submissions, the budget does usually go through with a number of amendments on the night. It's quite a common occurrence that differs from council officers' recommendation as per other amendments that council consider on the floor.
Councillor Wang, does that answer your questions? Councillor Pun, if Councillor Wang answered the question, if you could maybe just...
Perhaps if I could speak on Councillor Wang's behalf. I did notice last week that Councillor Wang did raise that, we were all in the room. It's difficult. I can sympathise with Councillor Wang. He is an independent and he hasn't been afforded access to this process and the negotiation. And I do recall that he was looking for a way to communicate about how he could get some of these items prioritised in the budget. And so I do seek to repeat what he's essentially saying is that, I think it is difficult for him to have his say, and I just wanted to underscore that.
Thank you, Councillor Pun, and I will reiterate that my phone's been on the whole weekend and all of last week, so I'm available to take a call from any councillors for discussion on the items they want to prioritise, as many councillors here have done in negotiation and discussion. So do you have another question, Councillor Wang, or do you wish to speak for or against the motion?
Yes, I have another question because I've been repeatedly told if you want to put something in, you have to take something out. But if you look at this list, so it does not balance out. So that's my question. So did we take the equal amount of budget
I'll put that question to the director on how that is managed.
Through the Mayor, so I'll always encourage financial discipline, and we'll always adhere to it. There's a recommendation that's in the motion that says that we'll adhere to the $2.4 million budget target. So we will aim to achieve that with the 100,000. I think is the variance there, which is doable.
Sorry. So my question is that whatever we put in, did we take the equal amount out? So that's what I've been told. So is that true or not? Do we need to do that or not?
Through the Mayor, I believe there is a portion that's been reduced, but if the council decides that it does want to take more out, I can give some options to it.
Thank you. And does any other councillors wish to speak for or against the motion? Councillor Lansbury.
Actually had a question, Madam Mayor. We had a lot of speakers here tonight advocating for different things, and I'm really pleased to see that those of us who did work collaboratively this year were able to get things in that mattered to our community. The submissions in that I think most of us have had the opportunity to read cover a very broad range of items, everything from Penshurst to Mortdale and amenities blocks, which I'm very pleased that we can try and accommodate for both the Minotaurs and for Zagreb down at Cars Park, which was a recent addition from Councillor Demosky. But I also just wanted to highlight one of our speakers tonight, Mr. Polhill, mentioned within the synthetic playing fields area that he asked some questions on that and what council was doing about it in the wake of the chief scientist's report. And I just wanted to direct a question, sorry for the preamble, direct a question to the director to say that we have got a line item in here that we're going to implement a rubber crumb migration trial that includes installation of a site barrier at a select location. And obviously we haven't determined those things. So if you do need to take it on notice, that's fine. But if perhaps you could give us a little bit of a response to Mr. Polhill's questions on what we might be able to see with this.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the team has actually started looking at a potential trial for the synthetics, which may or may not include the barrier. It's probably a preference at the moment. I will take that question on notice because I'd like to provide in writing a more detailed response to the question, give a little bit more transparency around what we're actually considering. So if you don't mind, I'll take it on notice and come back to the next report, our next meeting with a report.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Do you have any other questions? No. Okay, we've had two speakers for Councillor Jamieson, Councillor Stratokopoulos. Does any councillors wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, I'm against this motion, just purely because I don't think the process is fair, it's transparent, and we got the last minute amendment for how many, 20 items or so. We don't have time to process it, so that's why I'm against this motion. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Jamieson, do you wish to take right of reply?
I just think that I think maybe if I mean, we've been in council for how many years? We've done budgets for how many years? I think we should know the process of actually talking to each other to be able to get stuff in. We spoke to Basketball New South Wales. We spoke to people Karasny with Mortdale and Penshurst. People were speaking to each other. So people put submissions in. So if you didn't put a submission in, you didn't spend the time talking to us. How are we going to do it? We've got people fighting. We've got all these people that want money. We've got to be able to budget it. We've got to be able to put it together. So we need cooperation and collaboration.
Thank you. Councillor Angelotti?
Yeah, I'm not speaking for or against, but I just, we're talking about working collaboratively. Councillor Wang is our only independent councillor here in the chamber, and he should always be included. It's not just one-sided, him picking up the phone and ringing. I think as Mayor and our other councillors should be working really collaboratively with him to get his voice across the line for his residents too.
Thank you. I just have some comments, final comments before I put the motion. I want to acknowledge the incredible work of our staff in preparing these large and complex documents. Obviously, the budget is just one component of it, but there's also the community strategic plan, the resourcing plan, the operational plan. There's a huge amount of work involved in these integrated reporting documents. So I want to acknowledge the staff's work there. I also want to make special mention of Council's community engagement team. So this year we received 143 submissions on these integrated planning documents. That's the highest number since Georges River Council was formed. And it's more than double the number of items that were raised last year and 3 times the number of items covered. So this is a clear reflection of the breadth and depth of our community engagement program, which continues to evolve to ensure that we're reaching as many people in our community as possible. And as Mayor, I'm proud that so many residents took the time to write a submission and share their views. And this level of participation shows that our community genuinely believes their voices will be heard. And that's something that we should all be proud of. So adopting the budget is always a difficult balancing act. There are many worthy projects and a wide range of competing community interests. And we heard from many of those tonight in the public forum, very different topics, different things that people are advocating for. So of the $6 million in budget bids received, only $1.2 million has been recommended for approval in this budget, and $4.8 million is deferred in order to meet our $2.4 million surplus target. So with that, councillors, I will put the motion. We might go around the room, Ms McKinley, if we can, please.
Your vote, Madam Mayor.
For the motion.
Councillor Allison.
For.
Councillor Anzalotti.
For.
Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Demoski.
For.
Councillor Gow.
For.
Councillor Jamieson.
For.
Councillor Lansbury.
For.
Councillor Marnie.
For.
Councillor Mort.
For.
Councillor Punn.
For.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
For.
Councillor Wang.
Against.
12 votes for, 1 vote against.
I declare the motion carried. We move to so thank you to the members of the community who came along tonight, probably to hear the outcome of that item there. You're welcome to stay. You also can go home if you feel like it. We move on to assets and infrastructure item, CCL 05425, the appointment of councillor chairperson to the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting. Councillor Stratokopoulos. We're at the appointment of the councillor chairperson for the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting.
I move that motion, and I nominate Councillor Moore for the position of Chairman of Assets and Infrastructure.
Thank you, and that's seconded by Councillor Demoski. Councillors, any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Can I make another recommendation for chairperson, or is it what happens with the process here?
You've got to put an amendment before I call for the vote.
Okay.
So I've already called for the vote. So to maintain the process that I implemented before, I've put the motion. I've called all those in favour, say aye. And so I'll repeat that to get the votes again. All those in favour say aye. All those against, I declare it carried. If you wish to move an amendment, you have to call out that you wish to move an amendment, and we'll consider the amendment. We move to notices of motion, councillors. First item is NM 04225, Carlton South Public School safety and traffic improvement on Ecole Street and surrounding areas. Councillor Gow.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I move that council commits to undertaking a comprehensive investigation into traffic flow, safety and visibility concerns along Ecole Street and Ecole Lane, Carlton, particularly during pick-up and drop-off periods. That is part of this investigation. Council restore the convex mirrors at the bend of Ecole Street and Ecole Lane intersection, and at the intersection of Ecole Street and Wheeler Street, where they were previously installed. Commits to reviewing and amending existing signage for a double bus zone on Jubilee Avenue to better reflect actual bus use patterns, such as school excursions. This may include the bus zone sign, while adding supplementary signage, etc. Kiss and ride accepted. School days 8 to 9:30 a.m., 2:30 to 4 p.m. to allow for short supervised drop-offs of up to 10 seconds and help alleviate traffic congestion all along Ecole Street. Investigates the feasibility of making Ecole Street and Ecole Lane one lane during school pickup and drop-off periods to improve traffic flow and pedestrian safety. Commits to installing consistent and clear kiss and ride signage in both Ecole Street and Jubilee Avenue, paired with adjacent no parking signs to ensure that these zones are used exclusively for brief active drop-offs and not for parking or leaving vehicles unattended. And finally, commits to completing this work and reporting the outcomes back to council within the next 12 months. Madam Mayor, can you please call for a seconder?
I will do that. If I could please, Councillor Marnie, you've seconded that. It's been seconded by Councillor Marnie. Councillor Garden, should we please wish to speak to your motion?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, this motion represents a common sense and practical solution. Council has known about these issues for several years now, and our residents deserve real outcomes, not just more reviews and consideration. Major changes like making Ecole Lane one way will take time. I understand that. We understand that. But that is no excuse for inaction on small and simple changes that could have immediate impact. And these improvements are firstly low cost, reversible, and straightforward. Restoring mirrors, fixing signage, and better management on kiss and ride at drop-offs are basic steps that should have been done already. It is not a wish list, it is a set of basic overdue fixes. Now, we all know that the Carlton South PNC has asked for these changes. Local residents deal with this chaos daily. They're not asking for much, they're asking for action. The 12-month timeline is more than reasonable. Look, in reality, if something can't be done in time, council can report back and ask for an extension. That's a sensible and flexible approach. Having no timeline means no accountability and no action. That's what we as residents have been fed up for too long.
Councillor.
I've got questions.
Questions, yeah.
Yep. So I've just got a few questions because look, I don't think anyone disagrees that, you know, schools are a high risk pedestrian area, as we'll discuss later on, that it needs to be done. I'm just concerned that it's very prescriptive, and does this still give us room to make decisions? Because, you know, we're talking about 10 seconds and living at traffic congestions with 10-second drop-offs that's mentioned. Are these standard? That's the first question. And the second question, can rangers get involved, or do you need police get involved? I know we've had similar situations. I think most schools have had it. We get a police to drive by and find people if we need to.
I might put the first question to the Director of Assets around the prescriptive language of the motion, and if council can still do the investigation to assess it, and if the thing's been requested at the standard.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is quite prescriptive. It still allows us to actually look at that and make recommendations on the back of the investigation. So I'm pretty confident that that what has been put forward still gives staff the scope to make recommendations to a traffic advisory committee. Obviously, the traffic advisory committee would need to endorse that, and it'd come back to council for endorsement regardless. So all of those changes will come back through the traffic committee. Madam Mayor, I will make comment on the ranges as well.
Yes, thank you.
What we have talked to both PNC and the school about is increasing the presence of the rangers. So my team's been working with Joe's team in terms of that, not in a punitive way at this stage. What we're looking at is, you know, maybe a bit of an education campaign in the first instance to try and sort of correct some behaviours, and then beyond that it would be up to to decide what action would be taken further.
Thank you. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak for the motion? Sorry, Councillor Lansbury. Did you?
I just had a couple of questions, if I may, Madam Mayor. I think we all support any traffic measures that can be used around schools, because unfortunately it's a common problem across every school and every LGA. My concern with a couple of the elements that Councillor Gow has highlighted here, convex mirrors, my understanding was that they weren't in use anymore. They're not installed anymore because they're not considered as safe as perhaps they could be. The other thing in part 3 about investigating a one-way street during school hours, my understanding for that is you can't just have it part of the time, it's got to be full time. And harking back to Blakers Primary School, Currawang and Jurang Street used to be a two-way, and it was made a one-way, which I know can be quite frustrating to some of the residents, but you can't actually have it just operating during school hours because not everyone's going to know. It's got to be a permanent decision. Is that correct?
To the Director.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Lansbury, you're correct in saying that convex mirrors aren't a usual traffic calming device or traffic safety measure used in Georges River Council or across the state for that matter. They do distort, I guess, depth of perception, and that's both for pedestrians and for vehicles. The reason that we've included comments in there that would be included, the PNC in this location are pretty adamant that they want that explored. That would be again referred to the Traffic Advisory Committee for expert advice. Particularly with the involvement of Transport for New South Wales and seeking their sort of recommendations. In terms of the one way, I'd have to take that one on notice, Councillor Lansbury. I'm not aware of anything or any one way street that is a part-time one way. So this would be quite, quite particular, I would imagine.
Thank you. Councillor Marnie, as the seconder, do you wish to speak for this motion?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. While I support the motion and Councillor Gow's admirable level of concern for his community, I'd like to comment on part 5 of the notice of motion, which is commits to completing the work and reporting the outcomes within the next 12 months. Although we're all passionate about road safety, particularly around schools, we need to respect the expertise of council staff to determine the priorities. As a very lucky survivor of an accident last year, I approached the Roads Minister to ask about installing a median barrier on the Princess Highway between Nowra and the Victorian border to avoid a recurrence. The answer was basically great idea, but that there was an overload of priorities across the state. Although the streets surrounding Carlton South Public School obviously have little in common with a major highway, apart from both being extremely dangerous, the Minister's letter taught me a valuable lesson about setting priorities on traffic matters. As a councillor who has raised several road safety matters over the past few years, I would never seek to override the qualifications and expertise of our engineers and consultants, and would respectfully ask any councillors seeking to do that to carefully consider the impact on the hundreds of other projects already in the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillors, anyone wishing to speak against this item? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We move to NM 04325, roundabouts at intersection of Edward Street and Colvin Avenue, Carlton. Councillor Gow.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I've made certain amendments to my original motion.
Councillor Gow,
So,
when you read that out, maybe could you just hold the microphone, because some people find it difficult to hear because you're facing away. So just hold it up whilst you face that way, if that's okay.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to probably read out the whole gist of the motion, but we here will get the point. This motion here addresses, I believe, the short-term issues at the intersection of Edward Street and Colvin Avenue, an issue that myself and many residents have been extremely passionate about for many years. Simple solutions like putting up reflective stickers on stop signs, changing no stopping signs, moving it back further to give better visibility for drivers at that intersection, and as even smaller things that you suggested, Madam Mayor, in trimming the trees nearby. I'm speaking on this motion, Madam Mayor. Call for a second.
Yes, okay. Councillor Jamieson, are you seconding that?
No, but can we get a copy of it to read? Like, it's pretty lengthy. I just want to be able to read.
Well, Councillor,
Read it
yeah,
out,
let's get
Councillor
Councillor Gow to
Jamieson.
read
So
it out.
the council.
Do you want me to read it out?
No, I'll read it.
You read it, okay.
The council implements a series of short-term safety improvements at the intersection of Edward Street and Colvin Avenue, as discussed at the on-site meeting held on the 19th of June 2025. Following community consultation, including but not limited to: 1, improving line marking at the intersection, which could include but not limited to centre line markings along Edward Street and chevron markings at the northern side of Edward Street on approach to the intersection. 2, extension of the no stopping zone approaching the intersection
to improve sight lines, and 3, installation of reflective stickers on stop sign poles, and 1, trimming of trees on approach to the intersection to improve sight lines. 2, investigate the street light lux levels at the intersection to ensure adequate lighting. And B, notes the process and timeline for these short-term safety improvements as outlined below. 1, residents will receive a notification letter regarding the proposed short-term safety changes in mid-July 2025. 2, a report with recommendations will be presented to the August 2025 Traffic Advisory Committee for consideration. And 3, if the recommendations are endorsed by the Traffic Advisory Committee and subsequently adopted by the Council, the works will be scheduled for implementation in September 2025. C, commences an investigation into long-term safety improvements for the financial year of 2025 and 2026 at the intersection of Edward Street and Colvin Avenue to assess the most effective solution with consideration given to 1, the installation of a roundabout, 2, the installation of speed humps on approaches to the intersection, and 3, installation of chicanes or any other traffic calming devices. And D, notes that funding has been allocated in the 2026 and 2027 Capital Works program for the implementation of the long-term safety improvements identified through the investigation process.
Thank you. And now, Councillor Jamieson, are you going to second that or not? Okay, can we call for a seconder? Councillor Stratokopoulos?
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Stratokopoulos.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Speaking on this motion, this motion represents a practical, common sense solution and improvements that residents have waited far too long for. We all know here the intersection is dangerous and the community has raised concerns for many, many years. It's time to act, not delay. Just 2 weeks ago, we nearly had a very serious accident at that intersection. Again, another matter that wasn't reported in the police traffic data. We have to listen to our residents. These short-term fixes are low cost, low risk, but high impact. Simple measures like clearer line markings, better signage, and floodlighting to save can and probably will save lives. Now, Madam Mayor, credit is given where credit is due. I'm grateful that Council met with local residents last Thursday. I myself really don't care whose issue this is or who is leading this issue. Neither do our residents. We just want to see something done, and quite importantly, we just want to see outcomes and not delays. This motion is based on lived experiences of too many residents, not bureaucracy. Extending no stopping zones and improving sight lines will make an immediate difference for both drivers and pedestrians. Reflect simple things like having reflective stickers on stop signs will improve visibility at night. It's a quick and effective way. It is a quick and effective solution. And most importantly, I am glad that this motion sets out clear timelines, especially for these short-term solutions identified by residents. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. Councillor Stratokopoulos?
I reserve my right to.
You reserve your right. I speak in support of this amendment, and I do reiterate Councillor Gow's comments. I would like to thank the staff who, upon us reporting about the 2 recent serious accidents that occurred in this location, initiated a on-site meeting, which the Director, the General Manager and Council's Manager and Traffic Engineer attended, as did Councillor Lansbury and Councillor Gow last Thursday morning. We do have to listen to the community concerns, which is what we heard at that meeting. For reasons we don't know yet, these accidents are not being captured in the Transport for New South Wales crash data that's being provided. However, I think that this amendment does summarise the discussion at that meeting in terms of council taking short-term actions that we can implement relatively quickly, and the timeframe there is outlined about how that will proceed, and then in this financial year investigating the long-term solutions with funding now allocated in the budget that we've just adopted for the second year of the 4-year capital works to implement that long-term solution. So I support this amendment that Councillor Gow's put forward as a motion. Do any other councillors wish to speak against the motion? Any other speakers for? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We move to the next item, NM04425, Hogden Park Master Plan Dog Park. Councillor Gow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My second last motion tonight. I move the motion that A, council notes that based on council's record, the holistic review of the Ogden Park Master Plan endorsed in April 2025 is expected to take up to 18 months to complete. B, recognises that the community has waited long enough for a fenced dog park in a suitable location, and that further delay is unnecessary and unacceptable. C, resolves to proceed with the construction of the fenced dog park prior to the completion of the master plan by relocating to the higher ground area of Ogden Park to ensure the facility is dry, accessible and functional all year round. D, immediately engage with the New South Wales government to seek funding for the fence and to amend previously drafted plans to reflect this new location. E, ensures the revised location is subject to appropriate assessment for drainage, accessibility and usability before construction begins. And F, commits to providing timely updates to the community on the revised location construction timeline and implementation process through council's website, social media and on-site signage. Do you want to call for a seconder, Madam Mayor?
I will call for a seconder. Who would like to second Councillor Gale's motion on Ogden Park? Councillor Pun, seconded by Councillor Pun. May speak to the motion.
Speaking on the motion, Madam Mayor, I put to you and put to the council just with this. Let's get on with it. The community deserves a fenced dog park in a suitable area. We heard from our community over multiple council meetings. They have waited long enough. Our job is to deliver for them. This issue has been going around and round in circles. We all know that. I get it. Residents made their voices loud and clear. They supported the dog park, but they don't want funding, state or local, to be wasted or be wasted on a project that won't be properly and effectively utilised. The original consultation process left many confused, but they've now spoken out loud and clear. I've stood up for the residents from day one. First to stop the fence going up in the wrong spot, now to get it built where it makes sense. While the master plan will roll on for probably another 12 to 18 months, the residents of Kogarah shouldn't have to wait for council to right its wrong. This motion is about action, common sense and listening to the community and simply not dismissing their concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Stratikopoulos.
I'd just like to speak against the motion, Madam Mayor.
Please.
There has been some commentary that claims the Georges River Council is responsible for the loss of New South Wales government grant funding intended to build a fence for the off-leash dog park at Ogden Park. However, the commentary has been well off the mark. It was not lost due to any inaction by council, but rather withdrawn following a motion by Councillor Thomas Gow at the council meeting on 28 April 2025, which deferred a decision on the location of the off-leash dog park. Councillor Gow has proposed relocating the dog park closer to the basketball court, based on feedback from some dog owners. He has suggested that the current location may be unhealthy for dogs, raising the question, if the area is unsuitable for dogs, is it considered a suitable location for children who currently use the same space for play? There has been no evidence this area poses a health risk to either dogs or children. It now appears that Councillor Gow regrets his motion to defer the project and is attempting to backtrack. In the June business paper, he's put forward another motion calling for council to bypass the established master plan update process and instead install the fence at a location of his choosing. This approach risks sidelining the broader community consultation process and prioritising the views of a select group over the wider public interest. I speak against this motion as we have unanimously supported resolution from 2 months ago, and we can't be changing direction every time Councillor Gow changes his mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stratigopoulos. Councillor Lansbury.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I also wish to speak against it, but I also like to direct a question to the General Manager. First, if I may, why are we dealing with this again? This is the third time we've dealt with this issue in, I think, 3 months. My understanding of the Code of Meeting Practice, you can't just keep coming back and amending it because you don't like the outcome. You know, in all my years on council, we always stood by that 3-month rule that you had to wait for 3 months before you could bring it back. But for some reason, we seem to be not sticking to that anymore. And could I get some clarification on that, please?
To the General Manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to direct that to our legal expert. He'll be able to give you the exact reason why that's the case. Councillor Lansbury.
Pardon me. Through you, Madam Mayor. As noted in the Director's comment for this agenda item, the resolution from April was that the Council pause implementation of the proposed dog park whilst the master plan is being reviewed. And so that resolution is clearly inconsistent with the proposed resolutions on this notice of motion. Nevertheless, Section 372, which governs the Council's power to either rescind or vary previous motions, has been considered by the Land Environment Court in a number of decisions, particularly in a decision in relation to its predecessor under the former Local Government Act, in which His Honour Justice Hemmings said it's not uncommon for a council to make determinations in a number of resolutions in order to review its attitude on the same matter, and that later decisions are inconsistent in whole or in part. And skipping to the end of that paragraph, each resolution would merely represent council policy or decision at different times relating to the same matter. So ultimately, it is therefore a matter for the councillors in this instance to decide whether the new decision is more appropriate or better than the previous.
Councillor Lansbury.
Thank you. I would like to speak against it as well and reiterate some of Councillor Stratigopoulos' points that it has been misrepresented. We dealt with it in March when we dealt with 3 dog parks. One of them, unfortunately, we needed to withdraw because it was causing a lot of problems between the residents and the dog park users, and we agreed to go ahead with the one in Hurstville and the one in Hogben Park. In the location that had there had been community engagement with it. It can't be located too close to the playground. There was complaints from some of the dog owners that it was too swampy down the bottom. As I said at the April meeting, I visited the park after several days of heavy rain the day before the April council meeting, and perhaps it was miraculously sunny earlier in the day because it wasn't swampy at all. I fail to see why we're dealing with it again. I think it's a waste of our time. We have a council resolution on the books that I actually warned you against, Councillor Gow, if you might recall. I asked questions of the director and said what would happen to the grant funding. Would we be able to sort of park it? He said he'd have to take that on notice and check it out. And what a surprise. We lost the grant funding because it wasn't expended within the time that it was meant to be for the project that it was allocated to. Just as a reminder to everybody, the April motion was to initiate a review of the Hogben Park Master Plan. Now you want to sort of sideline that, commence renewed community consultation as part of the review. You know, let's ditch that as well. Pause implementation of the proposed dog park and related infrastructure until review and renewed consultation is complete and adopted by council. Now you've decided, you've discovered that what I actually warned you about has come to pass. Instead of having an active dog park that probably would have been constructed and completed, if not now, within the next couple of weeks, you've now kicked it down the road. You've lost the budget funding, you've lost the grant funding, rather than go with the council officer's recommendation, following consultation with the community and some dog owners. It's always we've got to deal with, this is my refrain for the evening. We've got to deal with the evidence, not the opinion. And the evidence that we had before us at the April council meeting or from the March council meeting that you amended at the April council meeting, and now you're amending again because you realise that what I foreshadowed has actually come to pass. You now want to flip the script on that, and instead of having a master plan, we're going to bypass that on the very night that we've actually dealt with the budget. We're supposed to now, according to Part C, resolve to proceed with construction of a fenced dog park. Where's the funding coming from? That's sort of been kicked to the curb now because you didn't want to go ahead with it from the April resolution, from the March resolution to April. So in June we're here. What are we going to deal with next month? Are you going to come back with it in another different form? I think we need to stick with, which was, I didn't think, a very wise idea anyway, back in April, to pause it and initiate a review of the master plan when the residents of the immediate area would have had a dog park by now, if not now, within a couple of weeks. And you can shake your head, but you could direct that question to the director, and I could direct that question to the director. Would it have been completed by now, Mr. Laddle?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the budget for the delivery of the dog park at Hockwood Park was even this financial year. So we would have had to have had that completed by 30th of June.
Thank you. So you would have had a dog park, and the misinformation that has been spread around that council is the one that's delayed it is completely off the mark, as Councillor Stratokopoulos said. And that needs to be communicated to the dog owners, to the good residents of Kogarah, that this is not the solution to the problem. We have it's a delaying mechanism that you triggered at the April council meeting, and unfortunately the dog owners of Kogarah are going to have to go to the recently refurbished, almost completed Fry's Reserve around the corner for the next couple of years until this thing gets back on the agenda, because that's what you've done. I warned you, but you didn't want to listen. So I'm sorry, I can't support this because it's just inappropriate that we're dealing with it again when there is a council resolution on the books that you insisted on putting forward at the April meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Punn, do you wish to speak for as the seconder?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to underline what I think is the recurring theme here with the parks and the roundabouts, and obviously the consultation over at Targo Road. This council, I think, needs to balance and understand what we as Labor councillors are trying to do is represent the community. Whether or not that's, you can laugh and, you can make gestures and that's fine, that's fair. But we're a team that is simply just trying to demonstrate what we hear on the ground. And I know no more enthusiastic councillor than Councillor Gow. I don't know if you've seen him on the street, but the amount of times he's out door knocking and speaking to people is legitimate and valid. And I don't think we want to go down the road where we're trying to undermine what he's simply trying to do is just get some clarity, some timeline and communication on when this is happening. And I get that that's difficult. I know that it's brought in process and mechanics of how this council operates and its budgets. And there are operational issues. I get that, but I just wanted to underscore what Councillor Gow is trying to do, which is get action for his community. There are obviously dog owners, and I'm not one. I'm not a fan. I'm not a huge fan of dogs, and I'll just say that. But that's not the case. They're simply just frustrated about what's going to happen next. And I can speak on behalf of all my other issues that I've brought, and it's the same thing. It's simply that they just don't know what's going to happen next. And Councillor Gow, through whatever motions he's bringing up on whatever month it is simply trying to get back to his community about when it's going to happen and what's happening next. I think that's all he's trying to say.
Thank you, Councillor Punn. We've had two speakers for Councillor Gow, Councillor Punn. Can I just, sorry, Councillor Gow, if you allow me to chair the meeting, please. We've had two speakers for Councillor Gow, Councillor Punn. We've had two speakers against, Councillor Stratokopoulos and Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Mort, do you have a question? I'll allow a question. No more speakers for or against.
Yeah,
I
just wanted to say something, if that's okay.
Not speaking for or against. You can put a question.
Speaking for or against.
No.
Okay.
No. Because I've already had the two speakers for, two speakers against. I will allow Councillor Gow the right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm speaking up and representing not just the Selects Group. We've had over 250 local residents in Georges River Council in Cogra who will be utilising this dog park if it was built, suggesting coming to us, having come to the council previously and been simply dismissed. I was simply representing their concerns and representing their interests. There were 2 locations identified in the original consultation process with local residents. Not a surprise that only 40 people had participated in that community consultation process. A 3rd location, which I attempted back at the March council meeting to have considered by this council, if not further consulted with residents by this council. That was rejected again by the majority of this council and Madam Mayor. Residents have told me, the residents of Cogra have told me that funding would have been wasted in this instance. The best utilisation of funding was for the dog park to be placed in a suitable location, not currently utilised by children, not currently near a playground, and definitely not near the prize jacaranda trees that Councillor Stratocopoulos read out from his notes back in May, I apologise. This is simply about getting on with the job to seek the funding again. Our local residents told us that they were worried that such funding would have been wasted. Back to the point about the master plan. That master plan was developed in the year of 2009. Now, I hope that no one in this room, no one in this public gallery will dispute that Cogra has changed quite significantly from 2009. The area which had been left out of the consultation process earlier this year was somehow identified in the 2009 master plan as a location for a skate park. Now, I think the kids back then have now waited about 14 years now. I'm not sure whether they would prefer a skate park in the year 2025. The motion I moved back in April in defence of our Labor team and in defence of our residents in Cogra was simply about getting the council to review the holistic master plan. So it is updated, so it is modern, and so it meets the needs of our community in Cogra. We all know that apartments have gone up. Many of our residents have moved in, sometimes from elsewhere, to apartments in Cogra, and many of them bring in pets and dogs, and they deserve a location suitable for them to utilise, suitable for their dogs, suitable for them for recreational purposes. I simply did not want to see public funding, whether local or state, being wasted on projects that would not be utilised.
Thank you, Councillor Gow. That is the right of reply, so we'll now put the motion. We might go around the room if it can, Ms McKinley, please.
Your vote, please, Madam Mayor.
Against.
Councillor Allison.
Against.
Councillor Anzalotti. Councillor Arthur.
For.
Councillor Demoski.
Against.
Councillor Gow.
For.
Councillor Jamieson.
Against.
Councillor Lansbury.
Against.
Councillor Marnie.
Against.
Councillor Mort.
Against.
Councillor Palm.
For.
Councillor Stratocopoulos.
Against.
Councillor Wang.
For.
8 votes against, 5 votes for.
I declare the motion lost. We move to the next item, NM 04525, Cars Park Pool. Councillor Gow.
Thank you. So I've made some amendments to this motion. I believe, Vicky, it's been updated on the screen. Sorry, Nikki. So this is in relation to a potential indoor swimming pool at Cars Park. I move that council notes that the New South Wales government under Cogra MP and Premier Chris Minns has committed up to $50 million towards rebuilding the 50-metre pool at Cars Park and will lead the delivery of this project. 2, acknowledges that any aquatic facilities or centres are the responsibility of local councils. 3, supports that any proposal to expand this project to include a 25-metre indoor learn-to-swim pool is a council-led initiative and as such must be planned, funded and delivered by council. 4, acknowledges that the Labor councillors on this council support the inclusion of a 25-metre learn-to-swim pool to be funded and built by council. Do you want to call for a second, Madam Mayor?
Who would like to second? Councillor Gow's motion. Councillor Punn, come to the party again. Thank you, Councillor Punn. We have a second up. Councillor Lansbury.
Madam Mayor, I actually had an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
Well, I don't get the opportunity to speak to the motion.
Well, you've put that, and that is now the motion. Councillor Lansbury wishes to move an amendment. You can speak against your amendment.
No, I'm speaking to my motion first.
If Councillor Gow, if you could please sit down, because Councillor Lansbury has moved an amendment, which I'm going to put before the council to be considered. That is the process. You will have an opportunity to speak against that.
Well, I've heard all of that is the case.
Yep. So Councillor Lansbury and Councillor
Councillor, and I'm seconding
Councillor Moore is seconding the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lansbury.
Okay, I'll read it out. That council thanks the New South Wales Government through the Office of Sport, which I now refer to as OOS, and Premier Chris Minns MP for its commitment to rebuild the 50-metre pool at Cars Park and for its ongoing collegiate partnership with council under the project agreement. B, commends the positive and collaborative working relationship between Georges River Council and the OOS, including the strong governance framework established under the project agreement with oversight from the Project Control Group, PCG, and Steering Committee, SteerCo, which is guiding due diligence investigations, concept design and cost estimation in an open and cooperative manner. Notes that the OOS has supported the inclusion of a Learn to Swim LTS pool in the project scope and that project funds have been allocated to progress design options, incorporating the LTS pool as part of the current due diligence process. Acknowledges that the project currently has 3 confirmed funding sources, federal, state and council, and agrees that once detailed cost estimates for the full project scope, including the LTS pool, are received via the PCG, a report will be presented to council to enable responsible consideration of any additional financial contribution required. E, commits to providing factual updates to the community issued in alignment with SteerCo guidance and the project communication plan so that residents are kept informed of key project milestones, funding arrangements and upcoming decision gateways. F, reaffirms its commitment to working constructively with the OOS, Public Works New South Wales and project consultants to deliver a high quality aquatic facility that meets the future needs of the Georges River community and reinforces the strong partnership between local and state government.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Moore, you're seconding that amendment?
Yes, thanks.
Councillor Lansbury, do you wish to speak for the amendment?
I do wish to speak to it, Madam Mayor. Thank you. And, you know, while I do think that it's nice that Councillor Gow has shown an interest in the pool project, I have to say I was really quite shocked when I saw the original motion on the business paper. So I do applaud him for softening the language in the amendment that he made tonight. When I first saw it, I was quite taken by the spiteful tone of it and the mean-spirited tone almost that someone of the elected governing body presenting a notice of motion in that form is quite astonishing. It was almost, if I was a cynical person, I would probably think that somebody outside of council might have written it, who had interests best served by serving the state government, for example, because it certainly wasn't speaking in a cooperative way and a collaborative way and a gracious way that we at council have always dealt with this when we've dealt with the state government. Now, I, for one, am eternally grateful to Premier Chris Minns for making the commitment to rebuild the pool during the 2023 election. Fortunately, the state Labor government was elected and he's kept his promise and they have allocated funds. There has been a little toing and froing between our council and the Office of Sport on the scope for the design work. And I'm pleased to announce, well not announce, but I'm pleased to confirm, as was within the director's comments, that the Office of Sport is willing to include a learn to swim pool in the project scope, which perhaps if Councillor Gale had spoken to me about it, I might have been able to inform him of that. I did mention to him earlier tonight that we've had a bit of a long-standing tradition amongst councillors that if you plan to move a motion in somebody else's ward, it's always prudent to speak to them before you do that, because that particular ward councillor may have more information or more background than you do, as is proven out in this case. I've been working on this issue with the other councillors. It's not just the Labor councillors, by the way, Councillor Gao. This issue has been debated in this chamber since 2019 with all parties and independents that have been a part of council since those days. So to claim that Labor is the saviour of the pool, the Labor government has come in and committed the funding to it, which I'm, as I said, incredibly grateful to. It's also I think within I can't remember, I can't see the amendment now, but the original motion was pretty much saying that it's incumbent upon council to do it. If council wants it, council pays for it. Wow, that's a pretty spiteful sort of comment to finish the motion on. So I am really glad that you softened that language, because it was pretty unedifying, as I said, for someone of the elected governing body whose job is to represent the interests of the residents that elected you and to represent council in a positive manner, not to have cracks and throw rocks and all the rest of it. It's just not the appropriate way to manage things. The appropriate way to manage things, especially if somebody has pledged, as you have detailed in here, $50 million for a facility, how about we show a little grace? And how about we continue to work cooperatively, which, as I said, council officers, as in the general manager and some of the other council officers, meet pretty regularly with the Office of Sport to progress this. There is the project agreement that has been in place since, I think, February or March, off the top of my head. That was actually signed then, and we're moving forward with this project. It is incumbent upon all three levels of government to contribute to this project. Council has already spent $7.5 million on the remediation of the site, the demolition and remediation of the site. We've pledged $10 million, which we dealt with tonight in our budget, that we're going to direct our surplus, our forecast surplus, towards the pool project over the next 3 years. So it's a very big undertaking for council, and unfortunately, it's not just a responsibility of council to provide a facility like this. Councils are always asked to do more with less. And the situation that we're in now, the state government has pledged, you're saying $50 million. The federal government, I believe, has also committed $10 million, which is great. What we wanted was to include the Learn to Swim pool in the project scope so that we can make an informed decision when that design work comes to us, is how we're going to pay for it. So I urge councillors to support this amendment. It's a much more positive one. It acknowledges all of the fine work that's gone into this project to date, and the councillors that sit around this table that have been here for several years now, who have advocated at every opportunity. And need I remind people in the chamber that GRRR are in existence now because of this issue is one of the main issues that brought you to put yourselves forward for council, and you advocated tirelessly from the other side, and since you've been here, you've advocated for it as well. So it should be a bipartisan project. We should stop playing each other off against each other and trying to score cheap political points and just be positive. Let's progress this in a positive manner so we can provide a facility to our community that they deserve. And a learn to swim pool is an integral part of that sort of facility. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Moore, do you wish to speak for this amendment?
Thank you. I just wanted to say a couple of things. So, Cars Park Pool has long been a place for families, athletes, friends together. It has hosted swimming lessons, fitness programs, and countless school carnivals, and spent countless summer days of fun at that pool. By investing in its reconstruction, we are showing our commitment to enhancing the quality of life of our community. The new facility will meet modern standards and incorporate sustainable practices, ensuring it remains a community asset for years to come. This project highlights the teamwork between our state government and the Office of Sport. Together, we are dedicated to providing the best possible aquatic facility for our community now and into the future. Rebuilding Cars Park Pool is not just about providing an important community asset. It is an investment in our future, encouraging healthy lifestyles and creating opportunities for connection. As we progress, let's remember that this pool will be a space for our youth, a place for families to enjoy, and a venue for community events. And we look forward to the day when we can once again embrace the joy and camaraderie that comes from gathering at Cars Park Pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mort. Councillors, does anyone wish to speak against this amendment? Councillor Ancelotti?
Can I just ask a few questions? Just with D, just around the wording of a report will be presented to council to enable responsible consideration of any additional financial contribution required. Can we just unpack that a little bit more? I'm not sure exactly what that means. So we get.
Well, I'll put the question.
Yeah. Can we do? Yeah. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I think it could follow a similar process to how we arrived at the $10 million commitment, which I believe was a notice of motion at that time that called for a report. I then undertook a workshop with different options that how we could fund it, but it would be good to have a cost estimate, which I believe is the stage that we're advocating for with the Office of Sport at the moment. So there's a number of phases until we get to the report stage, being presented with options, and I would recommend it mimic the similar phase that it has with the $10 million capital contribution.
Okay, so depending on the costing, we'll sit down as council and then decide whether or not it's financially reasonable to fund the Learn to Swim pool.
Correct. Yes. A question. The general manager wishes to make a comment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the bit that we've lost here is the fact that we don't know how much the pool is going to cost with a Learn to Swim pool. If it's within budget, I would expect it would be built. So if it's out of budget, that's when we make the decision whether we contribute more money than the 10 million and the 7.5 million that we have already contributed for the cleaning up of the site. But if we can build the pool with the Learn to Swim pool for the money that's available, happy days.
A question to the General Manager through you, Madam Mayor. General Manager, when you said we can build the pool, are you suggesting that council can build the pool?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's no mention that council can build a pool at all, and I think that that's, you're misinterpreting my words. We're building the pool via the Office of Sport. They're the ones who are building the pool. We've got a commitment from the state government who have agreed to building the pool. They've given us an estimate of what they're prepared to give us. We've got the federal government who's giving us funds as well. I understand $10 million. So when you add all that up, we're looking around $60 million or so. And I think for the sort of pool that we want, the Learn to Swim pool included, we should be able to do it for that money. If we can't, that's when we decide, you guys decide as council, whether we want to contribute more money to build that Learn to Swim pool. And that's the commitment that we've got off the Office of Sport at the moment.
Thank you, General Manager. Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak for my original motion.
So you're speaking against this amendment?
I am speaking against the amendment on this instance. Look, I want to be really reasonable here. All I wanted to do was to reaffirm a responsibility of aquatic centres and pools. The state government, through the Premier, Chris Minns, is honouring its commitment, delivering a like-for-like rebuild of the 50-metre pool at Cars Park. The council should be fully supporting and welcoming this. I understand that some councillors and community members represented by various progress associations would like to see an indoor learn to swim pool added to this project, something that never was there originally at Cars Park. Look, we truly believe that this is a reasonable aspiration, but we need to just be clear and upfront about where the responsibility lies. Aquatic centres are a core responsibility of local councils. The state government is delivering on what it has promised, a 50-metre outdoor pool, like for like with what was there. Obviously, a lot more modern these days. The $50 million commitment from the state government is significant. It's not for extras, it's for what was promised. Any proposal to expand this project, such as an indoor pool, is a council initiative and must be planned, funded and delivered by council. Let's not play politics with this. This is about accountability and responsibility, not shifting blame or raising false expectations, Councillor Lansbury. If council wants it more than what the state has committed, then council must take responsibility for delivering it. All I want to do is recognise the responsibility of aquatic centres. Our Premier, the local Cogra MP, has committed, regardless of these responsibilities and jurisdictions, to rebuilding a Cars Park pool like for like. And Councillor Lansbury, I need to call this out tonight. You flaunt your experience all the time here in this chamber. I want to make it very, very clear. All of us here are here in our own right. We were all elected by our residents. None of us here are more credible than the other. Thanks.
I'm going to come to Councillor Dmowski in a second. I just would like to respond to some comments by Councillor Gow. Councillor Gow, myself, Councillor Lansbury, Councillor Moore, Councillor Jamieson, Councillor Marnie, many other councillors here have stood side by side many times with the Premier and the Minister for Sport, Minister Kampar, advocating for the rebuilding of Cars Park Pool. It is my belief that they would like to deliver to this community the best possible facility that they can for the funds that are available. I believe that they would want to deliver a learn to swim pool if the funds are available. We have communicated to them, and I've communicated personally to them, that I understand the state government has a set amount of funding to contribute to this project. But if what we're advocating for in this motion and what the director's comments is outlining, we are advocating for the state government to, through the Office of Sport, to include a learn to swim in the scope for design so we can get cost estimates. So we know when this goes out to tender, what does it cost to build a 50-metre pool and a learn to swim program pool to go with that. If that fits within the current budget, as the General Manager says, it is my belief that the Premier and the Minister for Sport would want to deliver the best possible facility to the community in that funding bucket that is available. If it goes beyond the costing that is available within the $60 million that's been identified here tonight, Council here would like to be given the opportunity to see if we can identify additional funds to fund that additional component if it's beyond the budget. So for us who stood side by side with the Premier and the Minister advocating for this project, I honestly believe they would like to deliver the best possible facility for this community. And if that is more than a like-for-like component, like-for-like replacement, I honestly, genuinely believe that is what they would like to deliver. I'm going to go to Councillor Dmowski, because I believe you had your light on next.
Yeah, just a question, Madam Mayor, an observation, if I may. First of all, as a newly elected councillor for Blakehurst Ward, I would like to say thank you to all of the councillors for their past and present, but in particular in the past for all their work around this swimming pool. Now, I'm surprised that this topic came tonight from councillors that are not councillors from that ward, but given given it came up. I just want to ask, it seems that there are a lot of questions asked tonight that it seemed to me that could be asked in another avenue, like a councillor request. It seemed to me that there are a lot of things that are not clear to a certain respected fellow colleagues. Would these questions, wouldn't it be easier and save a lot of time for everyone that these questions, rather than being put in a notice of motion, which I'm not sure what actually is trying to achieve, whether asking about the process of this swimming pool, or it's asking the council to recognise the state government or the premier. I'm not really sure, but question is, through you, Madam Mayor, is there an avenue for the councillors to ask these questions and these questions to be answered to them prior to meetings, rather than just us spending a lot of time explaining the process and the rules and regulation around building swimming pools and dog parks, etc., etc. Thank you.
I'll put the question to the General Manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, councillors can ask the executive team questions, and yes, those questions will be answered, and yes, you don't need a notice of motion to have that happen.
Councillor Lansbury, you wish to take the right of reply?
I do wish to exercise my right of reply. First, I just need to address a comment that I believe you threw out at the very end of your remarks, Councillor Gow, saying that I flaunt my experience in the chamber. That's pretty offensive. I think most people in this room understand that I've been doing this for a while. You don't sit in a room every Monday night for 20 years and not learn a thing or two. And because I've been involved with this particular issue so closely, it's very offensive that you would be so disrespectful to not only a fellow councillor, but a member of your own party. That is really offensive. So I'm going to put that to the side now. A lot of the comments that you made make me think that you're not listening. Did you read what the amendment was? We wouldn't be dealing with this now if you didn't put your motion up, having a crack at council, saying that if council wants it, council's got to pay for it. Like, council officers, general manager, and others have been working very collaboratively with the Office of Sport. Perhaps not that's not the information that's been relayed to you, but I know that because I've asked the questions of the people involved, and information has been fed back to me about what's going on. And yes, there have been issues from time to time. We did have in the early days a couple of stumbling blocks in the project agreement, but those issues were resolved. And I think we need to take the politics out of that. Perhaps you should ask the minister what his view is on a motion like this, which is coming from an angle of not a very gracious position to the state government, who has committed $50 million, according to you, that towards this project. We need to be working together on this, not working against each other, not insulting fellow councillors for their passion for a project and not disregarding the input that they may have had. I cannot tell you how many fights we had in the first term of council to keep this issue alive. We were 8-7 for a really long time, and back then we actually followed the code of meeting practice, and we had to wait 3 months before we brought it back. And it wasn't until November 22 that we actually got to resolve to build the pool on the existing site. And in the meantime, fortunately, the state government, the Labor state government was elected, and it's not very often that your local member is the premier. Again, I'm eternally grateful to the Premier for committing to this project. But Councillor Gow, can I implore you to actually read the intent of this amendment is to actually reaffirm Council's willingness to work with the Office of Sport. We understand that the state government is only able to commit a certain amount of dollars towards it. The feds have stepped up and said they'll commit money to it. Council is committing money to it as well. We're not asking the state government to commit more than they have already pledged to commit. We're just asking, we have asked and they've agreed to include the Learn to Swim pool in the project scope. And as the General Manager has said, and as the Mayor has said, and I feel like a broken record, we just want to be able to make that decision when it comes back to us. So just accept the fact that we're all wanting to work on this in a positive way and move forward. We just want to get this done. We've had 6 summers with no pool down there. And for those of us who used it regularly, Councillor Mort and myself and many others in the chamber, we miss it dearly. And it's been far too long that site sat there dormant. It's now been landscaped. We cannot wait to move this project ahead. It is moving ahead. So I fail to see the purpose of the motion anyway that you put up originally. Again, I'm glad you softened the language because it was pretty inappropriate the way that it was worded. As I'm going to say it again, it was very spiteful. However, councillors, can we just move forward? Like, again, I don't know how many more times I need to say it. We just want to get this done. We want to work cooperatively with the state government and the federal government to get a pool for our community that's going to serve them for the next 50 years, like the last one did. Please read the amendment, and actually you might understand that this has got good intention. This is not holding you know, a gun to the head of the state government and saying we need more money for the Learn to Swim pool. We just want that included in the project scope. That's pretty simple. That's in the director's comments. I think it's included in briefings that we've had as well. But anyway, I'll leave it there. Given the lateness of the hour and my new puppy is at home alone, I would like to move on.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. That was the right reply. So we will now vote on the amendment. And Ms. McKinley?
Your vote, Madam Mayor.
4.
Councillor Allison.
4.
Councillor Anzalotti.
4.
Councillor Arthur.
4.
Councillor Demoski.
4.
Councillor Gow.
4.
Councillor Jamieson.
4.
Councillor Lansbury.
4.
Councillor Marnie.
4.
Councillor Mort.
4.
Councillor Pung.
4.
Councillor Stratokopoulos.
4.
Councillor Wayne.
4.
13 votes for, unanimous.
I declare the amendment carried, and the amendment now becomes the motion. I will re-put the motion, and I'll say all those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, I declare the motion carried. Okay, so councillors, we move on to the next item, which is NM 04625, promoting safety and respect in local sporting matches. Councillor Anzalotti.
Yeah, there was an amendment that was sent through, so could I move that, please?
So you can move the motion with the amendment,
Yes,
and
please.
we're just bringing it up on the screen. So you're moving this amendment as the motion?
Yes, please.
And do you want to read that out? And
Yeah,
I think
will.
Councillor Lansbury's seconding that.
So that council acknowledges a recent violent incident that occurred on Saturday, the 18th of May, 2025, at a grassroots soccer match at Gannons Park, Peakhurst, involving a brawl between spectators and players. The incident received widespread media attention and raised significant concerns about the safety and well-being of players, referees, volunteers and spectators within Georges River local government area. 2, recognises the important role that local government plays in promoting safe, inclusive and respectful environments in community sport, particularly where matches are held on council managed facilities. 3, continue working proactively via the Sports Advisory Committee to 1, promote respectful conduct on and off the field. 2, prevent violence, abuse and antisocial behaviour during matches. And 3, support referees, coaches, volunteers with conflict resolution tools and mental health support. 4, promote fostering sportsmanship, community values and respectful conduct at all matches. 4, Rights to Football St George requesting that they 1, identify any additional non-financial support required from council or the state government by way of tools or resources to enhance safety and referee protection at grassroots sporting events. 2, consider introducing a zero tolerance policy to deter poor behaviour by players and spectators. 5, further, following the adoption of the Sports ground access policy at the June 2025 council meeting. Council notified in writing all hirers at council sports ground to reinforce their shared responsibilities to uphold the policies, principles, including the standards of conduct and behavioural expectations required when using these facilities, and the commitment to providing safe and inclusive environments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Anzalotti. Councillor Lansbury, are you happy with this amendment just as the seconder? So that becomes the motion. If you'd like to speak to the motion.
Yeah, sure. So this motion addresses an issue that strikes the heart of our community, not just our sporting fields, but across our social fabric. We all know on Sunday, the 18th of March, a violent incident unfolded during a grassroots match at Bennons Park. What should have been a routine weekend game spiralled into a chaotic brawl involving players and spectators. This disturbing event attracted statewide media attention and cast a spotlight on a growing concern: violence, aggression, and disrespectful conduct at a community sporting event right here in the Georges River. But it's not just about one isolated event. Across New South Wales, we're actually seeing an alarming trend. In 2024 alone, there are about 150 recorded assaults at sports venues, up from the 139 of the last recorded incidents that are on record, which were back in 2019. And approaching in 2018, there was a peak of about 166 recorded incidents. These aren't just confined to adult matches. There have been reports of fights at junior games, under 12 rugby, also under 7 soccer. For examples, anywhere where passion and pressure are allowed to cross the line into violence. Referees, volunteers and coaches are increasingly walking away from community sport. They're being abused, they're being threatened and they're being physically assaulted. And when they leave, our local clubs suffer, our kids suffer and our community suffers. While localised data is less readily available, the incident at Bennons Park shows that the issue is not distant, it's here and it's in our backyard. We cannot afford to dismiss this as someone else's problem. We cannot afford to wait for the next headline. This motion is about taking the necessary steps now. It does 3 critical things. It acknowledges the real harm caused by this incident, not just to those involved, but to every person who now feels less safe on our sporting fields. It recognises the role local government must play in building safe, respectful and inclusive sporting environments, particularly when these matches are played on our council managed fields. It drives practical, meaningful action. Through this motion, we commit to working closely, so it's about a collaboration with our clubs, even schools, St George Football, our Sports Advisory Committee and our other key partners to promote a respectful conduct both on and off the field, to prevent violence, abuse and antisocial behaviour, to stop the intimidation, to support referees, coaches and volunteers through conflict resolution training and mental health resources. We're committing to working proactively with our Sports Advisory Committee and key stakeholders to ensure these solutions are practical, they're community driven and informed by those with direct sporting experience. Their leadership and insights will be critical in developing strategies that genuinely make our sports fields safer and more welcoming for all. This motion also calls Council to formally write to Football St George and all sporting codes, to allowing them to identify what additional support, non-financial or otherwise, may be needed from Council or even the state government to better protect referees and match officials. And also to engage in the introduction of zero tolerance policy towards violence and poor spectator behaviour at grassroots matches. Importantly, this motion ensures that Council reinforce these expectations in writing to all sports ground hirers following the adoption of the sports ground access policy in June of 2025. So we're not seeking to override or burden our local clubs. We're inviting them to stand with us in protecting the integrity and spirit of the game, because sport should unite us and not divide us. This motion is all about building resilience and teamwork, not fear or hostility. This motion is about restoring that vision. It sends a clear message to our referees and our volunteers and our spectators. We hear you, we support you, and we're going to protect you. It sends a message to our clubs that we're here to work with you, that we want to help and support you to improve the game, but not to police it.
Sorry, Councillor Anzalotti, if I could just ask the public forum just to keep the commentary down in the public forum, in the public gallery, please. Sorry, it's just interrupting the speaker, sorry.
And it sends a message to our community that Georges River Council takes this seriously. Thank you. Can I, and while I'm at, just thank you to Director Christy Dodd and to Catherine Lansbury, who did help collaborate in putting this together as well.
Thank you, Councillor Anzalotti. Councillor Lansbury, do you wish to speak as a seconder? Councillor Stratokopoulou, if you could just allow Councillor Lansbury as a second to speak.
Thank you. I just want to add a couple of brief comments. Firstly, well done to Councillor Anzalotti for bringing this to us for Council to discuss. I think, as Councillor Anzalotti said, none of us want to see the sort of behaviour that was exhibited back in May, and unfortunately it does happen from time to time. I just also want to mention, I've just brought to my attention by the representatives of Football St George here tonight, the new chair and former councillor Nick Smerdley, that Football St George do in fact have a zero tolerance policy, but I'm sorry to say I've not actually heard that it's been utilised very often. So I'm glad to hear that it exists, and perhaps it could be leaned on a little bit more so that incidences like this are dealt with in a way, and it would be up the matter for you as to how you do that. I was pleased to hear when you spoke tonight, Chair, that you had actually dealt with, there were some penalties applied to the people that were involved, because we need to discourage this sort of behaviour. It's not within council's remit to manage poor behaviour. Council can provide access to the fields and to the amenities and provide the capacity for the clubs of any code to play, but it's not up to council to manage poor behaviour. That responsibility does lie with the clubs and their governing bodies. So I'd like to see, you know, hopefully we're not going to experience these sorts of incidences very often, or again, would be ideal. But I think if there is a suitable deterrent, whether it's a suspension or loss of competition points or whatever, those sorts of things do actually deter the behaviour, because it impacts everybody. You know, nobody wants to see a sporting match in your LGA on the 6 o'clock news because there's been a brawl, and far worse, there's been far worse situations in other codes outside of our area. I think it has been a great step forward for our council to have sports advisory committees, so we have got engagement with representatives from different sports, not just football, and that is a good forum for them to bring issues to us and for us to sort of filter things out so that they can take them back to their club. So thank you to Councillor Anzalotti for bringing this to us. Thank you for bringing that information to my attention, and I look forward to not having to deal with these problems again.
Thank you, Councillor Lansbury. Councillor Stratokopoulou.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to speak. I'm happy to support Councillor Anzalotti's motion. Obviously, we're all here to ensure that violence and fighting on the field is reduced as much as we can possibly do so. But I think we should also acknowledge that FSG are here in good faith to work together with Council to find the best solutions for our mutual concerns. Obviously, I think we're all aware that just over there. FSG also regularly meet with councillors and Georges River Council staff. As mentioned, they've attended tonight and have spoken about action being taken. I just want to know why we're sending them a request, as Councillor Lansbury mentioned, of firstly the zero tolerance policy, of which they already have, and also when they're clearly already aware of the incident and taken serious action in consultation with the police and council. Thank you.
Do you want to write a reply, Councillor Anzaldi?
Yeah, I guess it's one thing to have policy, but I think to enforce it, to make sure that your referees, especially young ones, don't feel intimidated and scared to go apart and take part and carry out their official duties, particularly with specific clubs, not just in football. I'm talking about cross codes. So it's not an attack at Football St George, but if you've got this policy, let's use it, and let's use it as a means to really hold players and the people who are responsible for that behaviour on field accountable.
Thank you, Councillor Anzalotti. And thank you also to Football St George for coming tonight and for your swift action. The Director has informed me that you made contact with Council fairly immediately after this incident to discuss how we could work together. So we appreciate the collaboration and your leadership in stamping out this type of behaviour at our grassroots sports. So, councillors, we've had a few speakers for. Is anyone wishing to speak against? If not, I will put this motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. We move to NM 04725, Council's website functionality. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Given by Councillor Pan.
Thank you, Madam Pan. So just before I speak for the motion itself, I'd like to by paying tribute to the remarkable work our council information and management team has done. So we are in a era where cyber threats are not hypothetical, but a daily occurrence, and our council has maintained an exceptional record. We have had no significant IT outage in recent years, so that's a feat. It's far from trivial for an organization of our scale and complexity. Even more impressively, we have not suffered any security breaches, despite the national backdrop of escalating cyber attack. As a custodian of highly sensitive data, ranging from personal information to financial transactions, so our IT team has protected one of our most valuable assets with professionalism, diligence, and foresight. These quiet achievements really make headlines, but their behind-the-scenes contributions are vital to the smooth and the secure operation of this council. Tonight, I'd like to publicly recognize and thank them. However, as we all know, the IT landscape is one of constant change. No industry is evolving faster. In such a dynamic environment, success is not a static destination, it's a moving target. Continuous improvement is not only desirable, but it's essential. So this motion is a modest but important step in that direction. So it seeks to improve our search functions on Council's website. Now, some may view this as a matter of convenience, but I have to stress that it's not merely about the user experience. It's about meeting our statutory obligations to make information accessible to our communities. According to Local Government Act 1993, councils are mandated to provide service, goods, and facilities to communities. So in today's context, this includes ensuring digital access to information and services, particularly through functional web tools such as the search engines. That means more than just updating a document. It means make it findable quickly, accurately, and intuitively. Our search function is central to that task. So the evidence is already before us. The search page on our website is one of the most visited, with more than 89,000 hits and 36 users in just 12 months. That's a clear signature, a clear signal. People are actively looking for information, and we must help them find it. So the director's comments acknowledge the limitation of our current system, and I welcome the planned upgrade already in motion. So this motion is intended to reinforce and support those efforts to ensure we maintain momentum, capture feedback, and remain accountable to our community. So to conclude, so this motion is not about criticism, it's a call for progress. It ensures we continue delivering the kind of digital service our community deserves: secure, transparent, and accessible. Thank you in advance for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Pan, do you wish to speak for the motion?
I will very briefly. I just wanted to underscore Councillor Wang's gratitude to the IT team. Having also come from that career myself, you are often one of the most underappreciated, but always in need whenever there's an emergency. And I also commend you for shielding us from any recent cyber threats. The search engine, as Councillor Wang indicates, is obviously a huge part of the website, and I note that the director's comment somewhere in there that there's work underway to start indexing the attachments. Part of what Councillor Wang and I are sort of getting at is that the community needs something that a website that is functional. We're blessed with a very diverse community who have different ways of interacting with government, and sometimes often more passive than verbal. And so I think finding the right information, having that at your fingertips, and having it accessible with the PDFs and the attachments and an indication of how those categories are sorted deserves merit. So thank you, Councillor Wang, for bringing this up.
Thank you, Councillor Pan. Any councillors wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare it carried. We move to NM 04825, accessible, safe and well-maintained toilet public toilets, well-maintained public toilets. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair again. So yeah, I may make a little bit longer speech this time. So
we call for a seconder, please. Sorry.
Yeah.
Councillor Anzalotti.
Thank you. So we talked a lot about the toilets last time, but today, so we'll talk about just more than toilets. I think we'll talk about what kind of council we want to be. So because last time we talked about more than just one facility in one suburb. It's about the service and the community dignity and the planning with purpose. And right now in George River, we lack a public toilet strategy. And I believe the cracks are beginning to show. So last time in Hurstville, so we are debating about the keep the busiest toilet open. And and I said at that meeting, closing a toilet does not eliminate antisocial behavior. It just moves it. And in Laguna, residents and councillors have pushed for over 5 years to secure a basic amenity at the Chivas Hill Shopping Centre. Despite multiple motions, petitions, and the feasibility study, still we have not seen any trace of it. And we also received the request from Penskers to upgrade the public toilet. So it seems to me we are handling this issue piecemeal, reactively, and without a very clear guiding principles. Actually, the problem runs deeper. After discussion with staff, I learned that not all public toilets are actually owned by the council. Some, like those near transport hubs, are under the control of Transport of New South Wales or Railway. So that's just an example of how complex the management and the responsibility of public toilet can be. So it further strengthens the case for a comprehensive, coordinated strategy that brings all stakeholders to the table and outline clearly what we own, what we maintain, and what we advocate. So colleagues, this is not just a George River problem. Other councils have paid the price for the same inaction. There are alarming reports of serious consequence for lacking of public toilet strategy. This is all on public record. In Adelaide, after years of without a cohesive maintenance and strategy, public toilets were found with cocaine traces, needles, vomit, human waste, and widespread avoidance by users. And in Logan City, Queensland, council locked the gate and toilet blocks to deter vandalism, effectively buying homeless and vulnerable users. Without a strategy that balances safety with access, the default action became exclusion. And here in George River, if we are not careful, the temporary closure of this Hurstville Plaza toilet risks handling down the same dangerous path, one that does our community a disservice. That's why I'm moving today that council commission at the George River Public Toilet Strategy, a roadmap to plan, upgrade, maintain, and deliver this essential public service with consistency, fairness, and transparency. So other councils, on the other hand, are doing better. The city of Sydney developed its strategy in part to combat rampant public urination in entertainment precinct. They framed the toilets as tools for public health, tourism, extended trading, and the city livability. And the councils like Wollongong, Inner West, Monash, and the Central Coast, they have mapped their networks, create maintenance and upgrade schedule, planned capital expenditures, and consulted widely with the community. So by commissioning our own strategy, we will anticipate future demands rather than react to one-off requests, and embedding equity and accessibility in every decision we make. Leverage consistent budgeting, design standards, and engagement, and gain public trust through transparent, evidence-based governance. So let's stop chasing the problem and start planning solutions. And let's support our cleaning staff with better infrastructure. And most importantly, support our residents, especially the elderly, parents with children, and people with disabilities. So, and also support our business community who rely on safe, reliable public facilities. So this motion also requests an interim update on the current condition and the upgrade status of all amenities to be shared via the council's information bulletin. And finally, I ask for a budget bid for the 26-27 under the development of the public toilet strategy. Yes, in conclusion, so public toilets are not political, they are practical. So this is about the good governance, and thank you for your support in advance.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. Councillor Lansbury.
Madam Mayor, sorry for interrupting, but can I move a procedural motion that we have an extension of time given that it's just hit 11 o'clock?
Yes, should we move that to 11:30, extension of time to 11:30? Hopefully finish before then, because I really need to go to the toilet. I'll put the procedure motion. All those in favour say aye. Talking of toilets, all those against? The extension of time is granted, and we've had Councillor Wang speaking for his motion. Councillor Anzalotti as a seconder. Do you wish to speak for the motion?
No, I think I've said enough about toilets, but
Anyone wishing to speak against? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Declare it carried. We move to NEM 04925, risk assessment and prioritisation of traffic studies. Councillor Jamieson. The second by Councillor Marnie.
Thank you. So just with this motion, I just wanted to put forward a common sense and critically needed, which is and which is critically needed in our community, that traffic and road safety concerns be prioritised based on measurable risk, and that the process by which they are prioritised be made transparent and accessible to the public. We all get lots and lots of inquiries about traffic issues, and I think having it open, and it's not just about the squeaky wheel and whoever screams the loudest, that we actually have a system, I mean, that people are aware of. I've had lots of issues that haven't been, I've brought them up previously, but I think they need to be recognised and not ignored for whatever reasons. So we all know that traffic issues are one of the most consistent concerns raised by our residents, whether it's dangerous intersections, speeding hotspots near schools or blind corners on suburban streets. But when these concerns are reported, the response from council can often feel unclear or inconsistent. People are left wondering, why was one issue acted on quickly while another seems to fall through the cracks? Our community deserves clarity. They deserve to understand how these decisions are made and to trust that their safety is not being delayed or dismissed, but assessed fairly based on evidence and urgency. So tonight I ask for your support in making that process more robust and more transparent. What this motion calls for is simple, that we adopt a risk-based prioritisation framework for traffic and road safety issues based on factors like accident history, proximity to schools or aged care, traffic volumes, pedestrian activity and visibility. That the process be clearly documented so residents know where their concerns sit within the wider list of priorities, and that this information is made publicly available so our residents can see that we are acting with fairness, urgency and accountability. This is not about blaming or criticising what's been done. It's about raising the standard going forward, about aligning our resources with the issues that pose the greatest risk to life, safety and well-being. Transparent process builds trust, and a risk-based approach ensures that we're doing what councils are meant to do, keep our community safe and invest where the impact is greatest. We cannot address every traffic concern at once, but we can and must make sure that the way we prioritise them is consistent, evidence-based and clear to the public. I commend this motion to the chamber, and I ask for your support in creating a fairer, safer and more accountable process for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Councillor Marnie, do you wish to speak for the motion? Anyone wish to speak against? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare it carried. Councillors, we move to questions with notice, and a reminder to councillors, for questions with notice, you're permitted to ask a subsequent question during the meeting. It's not an opportunity, it's an opportunity to ask a question only. No preamble or additional context. We're not speaking to questions with notice, so please keep it concise and direct. If you anticipate asking a subsequent question, I always strongly recommend that you email your question to the director earlier in the day. This allows them to be better prepared to provide a response during the meeting. So the first question with notice is 01625, Movement to Sydney Ethane Pipeline Risk Profile and Planning Implications. That's from myself, and I have no further questions. The next one is question with notice 01725, Glenn Lee, Councillor Marnie. Do you have a subsequent question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the supplementary question is with respect to the disappointing lack of response from the Prime Minister, will council staff be following up Mr Albanese, or would it be preferable to raise a new notice of motion to address this matter? Thank you.
To the director.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Either path or both can be contemplated, but I'll commit to following up this week informally.
That's it, Councillor Marnie. No further questions. Next one is question with notice 01825, Movement to Sydney Ethane MSC Pipeline Assessment. Councillor Wang, do you have a subsequent question, Councillor Wang?
Yes, I have one simple question to follow up. Given the MSE pipeline has an analysis report provided by the applicant has been endorsed by the state government, and the council didn't raise any concern early on. And what's the purpose to engage another external expert after it's approved, and the risk assessment is also part of the report?
To the director.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council didn't raise any concerns, basically because it doesn't have the expertise to critique the information provided at the time. So engaging the next set of consultants, we need their expertise that will then inform the land use planning undertaken in Beverly Hills.
Sorry, probably I didn't make it clear. So what I mean is the council got a notification early this year, like in January or March, but we didn't provide any feedback. Now it's fully endorsed by the state government, and now we're going to engage another external expert. So my question, why not earlier? And why do we need now? It's all approved, and we don't have much bearing. That's what the context.
Maybe I don't have a different answer. When we were provided with documentation, we didn't provide a detailed critique because we don't have the expertise. Now we've got a bit of extra work to do, and we're going to get a risk assessment done through the right consultant that will then assist with land use planning moving forward for Beverly Hills.
Thank you. Any further questions on that one, Councillor Wang? No? Okay, we have questions with no notice 00225, which was a further questions asked at the 26th of May Council meeting with regards to question with notice 01425 flood study Beverly Hills. The answers were published in the business paper. Do you have any further questions?
Yes, I have 4 further questions. So firstly, it's about the definition of the dwelling. Is that a unit, or it's just an address, maybe a big building? So that's one. And so with the answer saying after the flood, only 67 dwellings are lost due to the flood report. Is that reasonable? So that's the first question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've received the 4 questions today. Thank you for sending those through. I think for the purpose of transparency, all 4 questions should be taken on notice and provided in detail in the next business paper. Thank you.
Okay, so I just quickly read out the next question for the public record, so we can answer, take it further later. Yeah. So the question 2 is the flood report was not available when the decision was made in April 2023. So when we excluded the area EFG in the plan, and now in light of the latest flood report and more areas B, C, I, D, and H are excluded from the development, should we reconsider increase the density excluded before to balance out and the density, and also help to revitalize the business area in Beverly Hills? So that's my second question. That's fine. And the third question is the answer about the flood report author WMA Water, and does that mean with their disclaimer and the council's legislation, does that mean they cannot be sued by the residents or businesses for their potential loss as a result of the flood report? And could the liability still arise if the report was found to be reckless, negligent, or mindfully failed to consider known risks? That's the third question. And the last question, I was asking for the potential impact on the value and insurance for this flood report, but the answer didn't give me direct reply, so I asked again. I'm fine to take this on notice and answer later. Thank you.
Excellent. Next question is question with no notice 00325. Further question asked at the 26th of May Council meeting with regards to question with notice 01525 Buzz Zone, 310 Forest Road, Hurstville. Answer is published in the business paper. Are you happy with that answer, Councillor Wang? Any further questions?
No.
Excellent. Last item, question with no notice 00425. Question asked at the 10th of June Environment and Planning Committee meeting with regard to ENV 01825, review of the draft bushfire prone land map. And that's a report by the Coordinator of Strategic Planning. I think it was a question I asked, and I have no further questions. Does anyone else? No. That is it. There being no other business on the agenda, I will declare the meeting closed at 11:10 p.m. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, members of the gallery who have hung around to the very end